Well, not exactly dropping bass. It's more like a little tink sound. But anyway, we are live. This is the Fallout prequel miniseries, The Atomic Dawn, hosted by myself, Eric Edward Johnson, and I've got some of the best people from the Fallout, not Fallout, the tabletop RPG one-shots group. Now, like I said, this is a mini-series. It's not a one-shot. And the way it's designed is anybody can come in at any point in time with any character. You simply pre-make your character straight out of the core rules, even with the test drive version of the rules, and refer to the Fallout TAD document. TAD being, of course, the Atomic Dawn, and choose a specialization, add those bonuses, select your equipment, and boom, you're ready to come into play. If you know what you're doing, take about 5 minutes. If it's your first time, it might take 15. So we're going to showcase how well Savage Worlds really does work using Fallout and vice versa. Fallout, one thing amazing. Savage Worlds, pretty freaking cool too. The timeline for this is actually before Fallout 4. This is before the bombs even start to come down. And our players are playing a highly trained, specialized military crew known as Bastion. And they are from Vault 82, which is located in Miami, Florida. And I just had a little speech here from Overseer Ryan. And he introduces a Major Blake Perkins, former United States Air Force Signal Intel, who explains that once the vault locks down, he will be your support command officer. All your weapons, armor, comm gear, everything. If you need it in the field, he's the one that's going to make it happen. And he goes on to say, usually these briefings provide a bit more intel to ensure the success of your missions, but you'll just have to bite the bullet on this one. CQ reported about a week ago a VIP package en route come to us here at the new 82. Contact with the package ended abruptly at 1200 hours local time. We've got about 30 mics to get ready until your team moves out. Now we've got some special gear we're sending you out in the field with, chief of which is a prototype RobCo support unit, codenamed Bastion Prime. The unit's been field tested thoroughly, and I can let you inspect the unit prior. It can perform basic first aid, work as a comms center, and best of all, it will allow us to maintain real-time intelligence throughout the duration of the mission. Apart from Bastion Prime, we do have a selection of gear to be made available by our brothers stationed in Vaults 37 and 42. So keep a weather eye, and if you happen to run into their security teams, you are to assist them in any way possible unless it jeopardizes the mission at hand. You have roughly 12 hours to complete your mission. Intelligence suggests that we can either expect Russia or Korea start launching Fat Boys sooner rather than the projected timeline we were actually relying upon. Godspeed, Bastions. We will leave the vault door open as long as we can. And at that point in time, he just kind of steps away from the podium, and there are about almost 30 people in the command tent right now. And in a big booming voice, he looks at you guys and pretty much the rest of the team. Does anyone have any questions to field before you head out downrange?
What's the... Wait, what time is it now, and when did the package disappear?
Well, the package disappeared. The package disappeared at 1200 hours, um, and it is currently. It is currently. Um, yeah, we lost contact with it at 1200 hours. It is when you sat down to begin this mission debriefing, it was 2014. So literally just a few minutes have passed by between something's up with the VIP package and they're sending you out into the field.
All right.
Alright, let's investigate what happened to the package and get back here as soon as possible.
And hope the vault door does not shut behind us.
Exactly.
Okay, if there's nothing else, I will turn you over to Specialist Williams. She has kindly volunteered to drive the personnel carrier. You'll have all your additional armor and weapons that you possibly need, as well as Bastion Prime. And I believe Sparky there should be able to turn on Prime and restart its systems when you turn it off and charge it. So, all right, let's hit the ground running and bring this package home. Dismissed.
All right. That's it. Out.
Alright.
Okay.
Dismiss.
Everybody goes filing out and grabbing weapons and whatnot, and just outside the vault door, probably 30 feet, you can see a bunch of support personnel loading up ammo crates and suits of armor and all the component parts of Prime. But it looks like you guys have at least are going to have at least 3 full squads, if not an entire platoon of people there to help you. It takes maybe another 5 minutes to load up all the gear, and unless there's anything specific you guys want to do before you head out.
Yeah, nothing real specific.
Nope.
No, let's head out.
All right. Once everybody loads out, or loads up, I should say, the rearmost specialist gives the back of the truck a good, solid, and you take off at good speed. Now, I should tell you, especially because some of you don't really have familiarity with Fallout. Everyone has attached to their left arm what is called a Pip-Boy, and it's kind of like a smartphone or a tablet. It has all local maps. It has ground radar. It has flashlights. It's got displays your medical status, and it can display the medical status of those around you. And for those of you for the sharpshooter and the heavy weapons expert, it has what's called VATS system, which is basically an assisted targeting system.
Yeah.
Makes it easier to throw your ammo down range and accurate. So basically, this thing's on your left arm. You can constantly use it for intelligence updates and whatnot. And basically, the package was lost. They lost contact with it somewhere north of the Orlando area. Now, most everyone between here and there are already loaded up into their special vaults, specifically 37 and 42. But everybody's kind of back chattering about, well, what if we run into people? Are we supposed to help them? We get them to their vault and whatnot. And there's a lot of really somber talk about, well, we're on mission. Mission is to recover the package. So if there are civilians in the way, we have to ignore it. So that really kind of brings down, the level of chatter in the back of personnel carrier. But you guys got about a 3-hour drive before you start hitting the nearest territory for one of the other vaults. The first one you guys come within range of is Vault 37, which is basically about a quarter of the way from the Miami Vault heading towards Orlando. But you can see as you pass the location, the vault door is wide open. There's still shuffling families inside and signing in the appropriate bunker spaces in the camp. But you do all easily notice your pit boys kind of beat to life and are showing you about a dozen or so hostile radar signals within probably about 300 yards of the vault. Now, unless you're a Bastion soldier, you do not have one of these pit bulls. And it only looks to be maybe 3 or 4 Bastion specialists, that are actually trying to get everybody into the vault. So you're not sure if their their pit boys are showing it up, because they haven't seemed to, their disposition just doesn't seem to have changed. And the specialist William slows down the vehicle and hollers back to everybody, hey, can you get a team out there to double check, make sure everything's going smoothly? The pit boys maybe experiencing a little bit of feedback, but I'm detecting hostile radar signatures. Anybody else getting that?
Yeah. You over here?
Yep.
Alright, well, if you guys don't mind hopping out and making sure boys and girls are still okay, we'll assist if necessary. We're making pretty good time.
Alright.
Alright.
I'll head out.
I'll check my weapons and then hop off.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm waiting because I didn't take a combat character. Sorry.
Well, that's the thing. Even if you're not playing a combat character, you've had combat training.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, true. Okay, so it's like, yeah, gun support.
Mm-hmm.
Alright. So you guys jump out of the back of the truck, and you see 3 individuals armed with M4s and wearing the Bastion blue security armor. And one of them kind of, throws you guys a puzzled look. And starts jogging over to you guys. He introduces himself as Specialist Jackson. He doesn't look like he would be more than 19. But very well shaven. His helmet is kind of askew. He just runs up to you guys and says, yeah, I'm Specialist Jackson here. We're still trying to get these people in their bunks. Is there something we can help you with?
We just came by because we're having some. our unit's been having a bit of trouble with our pit boys. Apparently, we've been getting hostile signatures on the radar. Have you guys been getting anything?
He looks down and he flips a couple of switches and pushes a couple of buttons and says, yeah, mine's acting up too because mine's not picking up the transport or you guys. Something's gotta be, and before he can say wrong, everybody hears this really deep battle roar. And you look at the top of the vault, which is kind of built into the side of some rubble from some skirmishes that are going on. And you look at the top, and you guys see these 6 very large humanoids with like green and yellow and really just disgusting ochre-like skin. They're probably 8 or 9 feet tall, wearing armor that looks like it's been taken from stove tops, refrigerator backs, just really mishmash. But their weapons look serious. 2 of them are armed with chain guns. One of them is armed with an RPG, and the others have these huge. They look like a 2-handed monkey wrenches, but at the very top there's a spinning blade, and they all just jump down and just starts charging everyone.
Okay.
Now the Bastion specialists there at that vault, primary concern is, of course, the civilians that they're trying to protect. So Jackson's going to be there, and Specialist Williams yells out to get you guys some support out there and take out whatever the hell these things are. So for initiative, the way the system works is you draw cards. And I am actually using the official Savage World action deck. So
Cool.
what I will be doing is I'll be drawing a card for each one of you and showing it to you. I mean, I'm just literally starting at the top of the deck here. So, Sparky. Okay, 10 of diamonds.
10 of diamonds.
And ties are resolved on the suit of the card that's drawn. Alright, and Harry, 4 of hearts.
Alright.
Alright, and that just leaves us with Edgy with 6 of diamonds.
Okay.
Okay.
Let's see what that actually means.
Now, hold on. Support personnel are going to be 4 clubs, and those are extras that are on your side. Clubs. And these evil-looking, whatever they are, nasty SOBs are on an 8 club. Okay, since everybody drew, we didn't have any ties on that. The combat order is going to go from Sparky to these raiders that have just jumped out at you, and then Edgy, and then Harry, and immediately after Harry, the support team, Okay?
Alright. Good.
Alright. So Sparky has first strike. Basically, he gets to go first.
Yeah.
And pretty much the sky's the limit. Whatever you want to do, you're just going to make a skill check. And it's pretty
Okay.
much that simple. If you need to reference the rules, again, you can refer to the small document that I posted up with the test drive rules.
Mhm.
Everything you need.
So I want to go to the nearest cover.
Okay. Well,
So
I'll tell you what I'm going to do here is I am going to quickly outline. How do you do that screen share thing?
It's the second box on the top left.
It should look like a monitor with an arrow.
yeah, and literally when you scroll over it, it says screen share.
Yeah.
I do.
Okay. So this is the road that you guys have been driving up on.
Okay.
Okay.
And the APC is just going to pull over here.
Mm-hmm.
And the rubble from the conflicts is all strewn out over here. And the vault is literally tucked in right here.
Okay.
And the door is open. So you've got, let's see here. You've got civilians waiting to file in. You have your support and allies, those from Vault 42, the Bastion specialists. Jackson is over here with you guys. And then, so Sparky, as you jump off the back of the vehicle right here, you can see there's not much cover between unless you just want to go over to this side of the APC. Just think about that for a quick second, and I'm going to throw up the hostiles. And again, they don't have any cover either, so
Yeah.
they just get rain advantage. So
I'd
okay.
be going right in between the APC and the road.
Okay, so like right in here.
Yeah, somewhere around there to duck for cover, and literally sticking next to the APC to try to position myself to actually not be so obvious.
All
It's
right.
squishy, squishy, Angie.
Okay. And for Edgy and Harry, you guys are still in the APC right there.
Mm-hmm.
So these raiders are going to start throwing shots down range, and this one, it's northmost, is going to take a shot at Jackson. This one is going to take a shot at the APC actually and try and take out the vehicle, along with this one and this one. And number 5 here is actually going to try and throw some rounds downrange to hit you guys.
Okay.
Number 6 he's just waving the chain gun all over the place, so he could literally fire anywhere in that area, and he looks like he's just going to spray every round he has in that arc. So, I mean, this is just the way that they're appearing. So, Ugly Raider #1, Detective Jackson, and let's see here. Alright. And he was attacked.
Parents needed. You downstairs.
Oh crap! This is not looking good already. He maxes his skill die, so it aces, which means you get to roll it again. And then he gets a 2. So he gets a total of a 12. Now, your target number, anytime you make a skill check, your target number is always 4. And every increment of 4 means that you succeed much better by degrees. So basically, he succeeded and got what's called, you see here, so 8, 12. He's got 2 successes. So it's a hit and 2 successes is how that looks like. Versus the toughness of Specialist Jackson, he only has 6. So that is basically 6 damage above that. And there's 1 success and two more. So Jackson is going to try and roll to soak, since he is wearing armor. He gets a total of 7. So all the shots pummel into him, and he falls to the ground. But he's still moving. But you can see that he's got, just splotches of red. Just the ammo is just going straight through his armor. And that brings us second one. And these guys are basically using high-powered rifles. So they get a 6, so they hit. They don't get a raise. And the vehicle has 2 points of armor and gets a 9. So the vehicle is able to completely take all the shots without actually getting any damage done. It's basically all superficial hits. And
Was that with the chain gun?
what's that?
Was he using a chain gun?
No, the next one's using a chain gun.
Alright.
And he's basically throwing, let's see here. This guy right here has got the next chain gun, and he is trying to do a sweep out here. Trying to hit you guys. So the first thing you're going to want to look at here in just a second is going to be your toughness and armor. You roll for his hit. He gets a total of a 9 against the 3 of you. Let's see. Since let's see here. Since Sparky's got partial cover, Make a roll real quick to see if the cover actually protects him, which is going to be a percentile roll. And he's got about 1/3 cover. But apparently he stuck your nose around the corner of the vehicle just at the wrong time as this guy was, launching out with the chain gun. So all you guys are looking at getting hit based on your armor and your toughness. Now, everybody's toughness should be 6. I don't know who's wearing what armor, but the combat armor, I believe, gives you a plus 2, or is it plus 3? Plus 3. 5 if you get shot in the head. So that would be a 9 in and of itself. So basically your armor is going to be soaking that up. So everybody's going to go through the exchange, taking a couple of indirect hits, but ultimately suffering no damage, which is always fun. And the crazy guy, who's just going for the extreme spray with massive penalties, can't seem to hit the broadside of the vehicle. You guys are all fine. The vehicle takes the brunt of the damage. It sounds like there's some ricochet in the personnel area, and maybe 1 or 2 guys inside took a stray bullet. You guys are fine. So that brings us to Edgy, and let's see here. So go ahead and take you out there. And what are you looking to do there?
I am going to. Well, it doesn't look like they're particularly interested in harming the civilians right now, are they?
At this point in time,
at
it
us.
doesn't appear to be. They seem to be completely focused on you guys.
So, what I wanna do is grab my grenade launcher.
Okay.
Shoot at this guy number 5, or I'm trying to like optimize my splash damage. So if I could maybe get 5 and 4, I would try to do that.
You could jump out, and you might be able to hit all 3 of them.
Okay.
It depends on what type of grenade you're using.
Wait, do I get different options with that?
Yeah, I put a couple of different in there. We've got high explosive anti-tank. You've got frag, and you've got pulse. And the TH3s are not designed to be launched. They're mostly for destroying vehicles and equipment, because TH3 is a thermite.
Okay. So I guess I want to go and check on the private, and I want to take that shot. And I would try to get in front of him to kind of give him some cover if I realize he's still alive and kicking.
You're talking about Specialist Jackson right here?
Or Jackson, yeah.
You hop out, come over to his side. He's still breathing, but he's hit pretty bad. As long as somebody can give him some first aid here soon, he should be able to make it. Now, if you get, like I said, if you
Would I be able to do a multi-action to shoot and also try to drag him behind the car?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'll go for that.
So the idea here is to launch at number 4, and if you can get a raise, you'll basically be able to throw shrapnel out of this area, which means 3 and 5 will take like half damage.
Okay. That sounds good. Alright, so shooting, wild. Do I get a range penalty by any chance?
No, they're actually in good range for your
Okay.
your grenade launcher.
Okay, so shooting a wild die. Oops. So I got a raise on my wild die, and a total is 11.
All right, well, it looks
6
like
and a
you're hitting all
5 on the
three of them.
wild. And that is going to be, let's see, 3d8 damage there,
Yes.
plus 6. Alright. So with 3d8, dropping my dice, I'm gonna start using the the dice rolling app.
Okay.
Alright,
Well, I actually
dice
prefer
roll came up.
I actually prefer people to use it, but you know, I understand it doesn't necessarily work for everybody.
Okay, I also get my wild die in this roll, right?
Okay.
So my 3 highest dice out of that is 7 plus 4 plus 2. That's a 13.
So basically, Edgy jumps out of the back of the personnel carrier, hauls butt over there to Jackson, basically wraps an arm under the shoulder, trying to start pulling him back, and one hands the grenade launcher, launching it up and literally making 3 of those giant, ugly raider whatevers they are, pretty much turned into tapioca with one grenade.
Nice.
So since you took out 3 of them, I'm going to rule that you have no problem bringing Jackson back into cover, and you're going to get an extra Benny. For those of you who don't know, Bennies, standing for benefits, of course, give you a bunch of different little advantages that you can use in game. From anything from like you rolling a failed action, activating certain edges or abilities. I mean, there's really a lot they can do. So I think the easiest way to do it is just if the situation comes to it where it's going to help, we'll try and catch each other on it, you know, and help you guys learn as we go. But just to warn you, the bad guys have bennies too. So don't be surprised if I use that against you, because it's one of the rules. And I'm going to take advantage of that.
Cool.
So, after Edgy, we have Harry. Is he back, or is he still stepped away?
He does not appear to be back.
Okay.
He said you could NPC him.
No, I'm not. No, I don't want to do that and then have his character die. So I think what we'll do is we'll go to the support, and have Harry hold while the support team tries to move around and help you guys out. So I'm going to pull back up. Okay. Now the first thing that's going to happen is these 2 who were basically moving the civilians in. Or, wait, no, I hadn't. Alright. So, number one, number two. Number one is using an MP4, and he's shooting a 3-round burst up to number one here. And number two is pretty much doing the exact same thing, 3-round burst. So, we're going to roll. Yeah. Number one shoots his 3-round burst. A total of 10, which is awesome because that's a hit and a raise, which that is actually a hit and a raise is going to be more than enough to drop this guy down. Took him down with a 3-round burst. And the other specialist, figure that out. Okay. He hits and has raised, so much the same. Another very aimed 3-round burst takes out this guy. So now you just have the crazy guy down here, who you know on his next turn he's just gonna do a lot more of this spray and pray. So we're gonna have. I don't want to use the different colors so I'm confused. We have 3 sharpshooters that are going to jump out and move over here. And they're going to be throwing down range to hit this last raider. And I'm going to resolve this as one roll. So that is a +1 for the others. That is a hit with no raise, so it's just another level of damage. And he hadn't been hit yet. So right now he is shaken. And it looks like Harry is still not back. Okay. I'm going to roll that Harry is behind cover and basically calling out shots for the other sharpshooters. So we can pass on here, bring it up to the next round, and maybe Sparky can win this.
Okay, so remind me again, besides shooting, what do I need to add to that?
No, that's it. It's just your shooting skill. Oh wait, no. Yeah, the others are the ones that have bats. You don't have bats on those. So it would just be your shooting skill, and if you rolled low, you could spend a Benny roll. Oh wait, no, I forgot. With every single roll you make, except for damage, you get what's called a wild die, which is a D6. And you roll that in addition to your skill or your trait.
Okay,
And
so
you
do
take, you take the one that's higher.
Let's see what happens when I roll 2d6.
Right. The first one will represent your skill. The second one will represent your wild die.
Okay, so I got a 6 and a 2.
Okay. Since you maxed out your skill die, that's called an ace. That means you can roll it again and add that to the total. So go ahead and roll yourself another d6.
Okay. It's a 5.
Okay, so you get a total of 11. All right. Now, if you're shooting that at this last raider, that is a hit and a raise, which is more than enough, actually, to completely take this guy down. You pretty much, you pull the trigger and just you hit him right in the neck, and he actually falls off this escarpment and lands down here in a bloody mess.
Okay. So every enemy is dead, and I'm going to check out to see what kind of equipment number 6 had.
Okay. You kind of rush over there. The one that you just killed had a chain gun and a backpack full of ammunition. It was a 10 millimeter minigun, basically. And if the readouts are correct, probably about 2,000 rounds of ammunition. Like I said, he's wearing hodgepodge armor. He smells like a 3-month-old sandwich. He's wearing dog ties that were pressed into $50. Let's see. This guy stood about 7.5 feet tall, probably weighed about 400 pounds. Nothing but muscle. And the only other thing you're going to find on him is probably a wallet that still has like the insert pictures from wherever he picked it up from, and a couple of euros. If you want to take that. I mean, he's got like, let me see here. He's got a wallet with 2 euros. The U.S. dollar, by the way, if you read the script, U.S. dollar is like useless now. The United States had to sell their plans for the vault so that they could build the vaults for themselves. Mm-hmm. So the dominant currency on the planet right now is the euro.
Yeah, getting the cash and carrying the minigun with the bullets slowly.
Well, it's not bullets. It's a huge backpack. Like,
yeah, putting the backpack on the back and getting the minigun to the armored vehicle so that someone that actually knows how to use it will use it.
Right, and there are plenty of people in there that know how to use it, and there are miniguns in there present. But all you're doing is providing even more equipment for everybody. And in Fallout, there's no such thing as too much ammunition.
Exactly. and basically, I'm just giving them more.
Exactly. Since you're not exactly 100%, security forces. You're more of a support role. You of course want them to be able to keep you alive as best they can.
And that's basically what I'm doing.
A lot of them are like slapping me on the shoulder and saying, "Nice takedown," for that next shot you get on that one guy. And they're doing the same thing for Edgy there. They're like, "Wow, 1 grenade, 3 assholes, take it down."
Well, I'm not really celebrating. I'm more concerned about the downed soldier. I'm going to be asking if anyone could has a skill to heal him up. And if not, I'm going to try an unskilled.
A medic just jumps over there and starts binding up his wounds and whatnot. Hits him with 2 stim packs, which are basically a mixture of adrenaline and chemicals that accelerate the healing process and whatnot. But he hits him with 2 stim packs, 1 in each leg. And about 10-15 minutes later, he starts coming to, and he looks groggy. He's still shaking, but his life is no longer in danger. And you're probably the main reason for that. So, you know what? Have another Benny, because you just saved his life.
And I finally have. After I see the medics go over to him, that's when I finally just like start celebrating.
All right. Um, the other two Bastion specialists that were actually here on site, went up to the personnel carrier and like, is everybody all right in there? I mean, you guys just saved our bacon. I mean, have you ever seen people like this? I mean, are they common? We've never seen anything like that before.
I haven't seen anything like this.
Not to my knowledge, but usually I'm too busy making shit up, so no,
So you haven't had any hostiles like this?
not like this.
Nope.
Mm.
No, we have no idea who these guys are.
Well, you might want to make sure you give a detailed appearance when you send in your field report, and we'll go ahead and send one in too to acknowledge that you guys were the ones that really did all the work here, and hopefully between the two field reports, one of them will get in without any technical error. Whatever the signal problem is with these pit boys or whatever they are, hopefully one of our messages will get through correct. Is there anything you need? Do you guys want to stop in for some food, or? I mean,
We're pressed for time. We're heading. We have to keep going. You guys. I mean, we'll take a look around to make sure there's no more enemies. But we're gonna head out as soon as possible.
Understood. Oh wow, there's actually quite a few of you back there. Okay, well we're just going to concentrate on getting these guys into their places, and just let us know before you leave, please. And thanks again, guys. Really, I mean, all of you. Thank you. We really appreciate the help there.
Well, now that you mentioned it, actually, I could use a drink right now.
Oh, he takes the canteen off his belt and tosses it at you. Says, "Go ahead. We've got a water purifier in here. We're set." So.
All right. So I'm happily sipping my water.
Now, most everybody should have a canteen on them, but
Yeah.
I know some of the special agents didn't, come with a canteen, and that's just because another little fallout is there's no guarantee you're going to get the equipment that you need. So.
Yeah.
All right. So someone has to make that report because I don't want to.
Yeah, there is a reason why I carried the minigun with the ammo, even though I can't use it, and I know that other people have it. It's like, yeah, we kind of better have it just in case, just in case.
Oh, all right. If you guys don't feel comfortable doing the report, then Specialist Williams will turn on her comm system up front and try and field the report up. And he's back.
Sorry.
So,
Sorry about that.
No,
I'm so sorry about that.
No worries. Real life comes first. So basically, when you stepped away, I just said that your character had his binos out and was basically lining up shots for the other sharpshooters that are riding in the back of the transport. The last kill, Edgy took down 3 with 1 grenade.
Nice one.
Very good. Yeah, very good shot on that. And then Sparky actually took down the one that was just, spraying out with a chain gun. Sparky shot him in the neck. He dropped.
Okay.
So everybody in your transport's been, doing a lot of back thumping and taking everybody, The Bastion specialists here in site came over. Came over and they were thanking you. And I think the general idea right now is that you guys were going to basically do a walk around, and see if there were any more of these ugly ass raiders around. Before you guys head off. So that pretty much sums up what bit you missed there.
Okay, thanks.
So how did you guys want to take this? Are you all moving in a group, or splitting up and taking extras with you, or how do you want to handle this?
Well, I'm going to ask for some scientists to actually come with me to check out the minigun wielding dead man, aka number 6, to analyze what the hell happened to him, because he doesn't look normal.
Right. Okay. Well, you get a small team up together, about 4 others, and the 5 of you just go over to that corpse, which is already gaining the attention of many flies. But as you start to kind of go over the corpse, you realize that flies will only be flying around for like a few seconds, and then they just die. So give me a science roll, and you're going to be able to add +2 to this.
Okay, so let me check. Come on. Do I even have science?
Yes, you do. Better.
Hold on. Computers, driving, fighting.
It should say knowledge science.
It says knowledge and engineering, not science.
Oh.
It's
Okay,
a different.
Yeah. Okay.
That's why I said the scientists are near me, so they're doing it.
Okay. No worries. I can do that too. And you can still assist them.
Yeah.
Oh wow, you guys got 10. So success with a raise. Basically, you guys sit there and notice that, and the way the skin kind of has a slight burn to it, and then there's a very distinct smell. And one of the scientist's eyes go wide, and he's like, "This thing must be giving off radiation." I mean, that's
Okay.
the only thing that could have caused these wounds, and it's basically burning the flies alive before they have a chance to really consume anything on the body. And he pulls his pit boy out in front of him, hits a button, and says, "Holy shit, this thing is hot! It's giving off 3 rad about every second and a half." And so everybody starts slowly backing away from the corpse.
Yeah.
And so there's that.
Okay, so apparently this individual was already irradiated for some odd reason, but who would do such a thing to themselves?
Well, it wasn't necessarily caused by them.
So, well, at least I got you guys, and he points to the scientist to actually figure out the actual details on how. What machine could actually make it besides an actual bomb and nuking it?
Well, there has not been any bombs or any missiles launched.
Exactly. That's why I'm thinking, what kind of machine can do this? And I'm going to roll knowledge engineering skills to actually figure this out.
Okay.
I think it was for me the 8, and I got a 7.
Okay. Well, you got a success. Basically, you're thinking about some kind of. It's like maybe the reverse of a fallout shelter, where whoever was in it could actually be, sprayed down with nuclear material instead of it being kept out. That's the first thing that pops into your mind. I mean, it's just the simplest explanation that it possibly could be.
So, kind of like a gassing chamber that instead of protecting you like a fallout shelter, maybe someone actually started gassing him with the radiation.
You mean like
Wow.
the subjects, perhaps?
That's just wrong. Alright, what do we do with him? Because if we just leave him here, the radiation will contaminate the whole area.
Well, it's not a whole lot of rad. Like I said, it's like 2 or 3, every second and a half. And that's very, very low radiation output. Um,
Okay.
so I mean, if they can be put underground far enough, 6 or 8 feet, then there won't be any negative side effects to the environment.
I am terribly sorry about this.
Nice. Okay. You boys do your thing. And,
Yeah.
Clean this
So,
points to the corpse.
yeah, basically, as you guys move around to scout the area, there's a team of scientists going around taking a Geiger counter and getting a reading off of each body, and quickly moving on. But I guess let's see. Are you going to take some extras with you to do the searching there, Edgy?
Okay, so, are we gonna actually try to track these guys down? Because I don't want to get locked out of my vault. I'm just saying. It does, like, if we were interested in finding out more about these guys, we probably could, just look for them by trying to find where we could find higher levels of radiation. But I just don't know if that's on our interest right now.
Well, we could just tell this and include him in the report that these were irradiated type enemies, and we can move out. I think we've done our part here, saved a few lives, investigated some new types of enemies, maybe got some data on future encounters, and if nothing else, we can tell the man in charge can move.
Yeah, your mission parameters are very clear on this. Assist aid in the nearby vaults if you can, but do not deviate from your main mission, which is the recovery package.
Yeah, we assisted, we aided, and now we can go. Everyone agree?
Yeah. Alright,
As long as we get this main mission done.
Okay.
Alright, so we could take more guys in our vehicle. Is that what you're saying?
Not necessarily, just that we can move on to the next bit of our mission, and because we done here our part, we got some valuable data, that we can send to HQ, and I don't see anything else to do here.
Okay, let's roll.
The only other
Mhm.
thing would have
Yeah,
been
sure.
if you guys wanted to scout the immediate area and see if there are any more around. But as I was saying, you guys can take some of the extras that are in the personnel carrier and have that done in 15 minutes. And I'll just say, you take a couple of scouts with you, and it's done real quick, and they pretty much all look like they were coming from the north. And there's no immediate sign of anywhere that they might have camped in. It just looks like they came across this area with the vault just by chance. And there were only 6 of them, and it looks like it was a very hasty action on their part. It wasn't anything that was planned out. So, but you pass that knowledge along to everyone in Vault 42, and before you even are loaded up and ready to continue moving north, they get everybody inside their vault. Give you guys, Godspeed gesture, and as the vehicle starts to pull off back onto the road, you can look back and you can see the huge vault door move in front and then just flip over into the lock position. And now that that's done, they're in there for at least 200 years. Nobody else is coming in, nobody is leaving. And you guys, Specialist Warriors keeps driving the vehicle and whatnot. And maybe a half hour later, she'll kind of yell back there, like, "Hey guys, have you guys looked at that robot they sent with us? I mean, is it going to be worth all worrying about? Do we really want to use that thing?"
As long as we get it set up, I guess we're going to be all right.
Well, I'll set it up and see what happens when we actually deal with things. So.
Okay. Let me see here. Yeah. If Sparky can give me a computer check, you've already got your electronics equipment, so you can make sure, everything's up.
What up?
Okay, so just straight computers?
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
a 4. Yeah, 4 out of 4. Nice.
Did you roll your
That's
your
my
wild
computer.
pardon?
I only rolled my computer.
Well, roll your wild die as well. Anytime
Okay.
you roll dice, you want to roll that wild die as well.
Okay, so it's a 2.
Okay, but you got a 4 on your skill die.
Uh-huh.
Okay, well that's a success. All right, so let me see here.
Well, I should ace it because that's the max that I can get on my skill.
You only have a D4 on computers?
Well, that's what you said on my sheet.
Oh my goodness. I thought you had at least a D6. Well, I guess we know where your next advance would go. But you go through a systems check on the robot. The thing is twice as tall and half again as wide as a normal person. It looks a lot like the the robot from Lost in Space. The way this thing's basically designed. Um, but when you run your systems check, everything seems to be fine. Everything's in working order. It's just waiting for command words, which you can set up through your Pip-Boy, where you can just push a button on your Pip-Boy, and the robot will instantly come up and start moving around and executing its program.
Mm-hmm.
You can set that up right now if you wanted to.
Yeah, I'm linking it to my Pip-Boy.
Okay. Alright, you get that linked in, and a couple of other of the engineers kind of yell up there at Williams, going, "Yeah, Sparky's making this thing light up all over the place. It looks like it's going to be 100% for us." And Williams kind of, kind of chuckles a bit and goes, "Yeah, that'll be a first." But you get about another half hour, so 4 hours into the trip, and she pulls over the APC and says, "Okay, guys, radar looks clear. I'm not seeing anything from up here, so if you guys need to hop out, stretch your legs, get some grub, now would be a good time."
All right.
Yeah.
Getting my ration and start drinking my water.
Okay. Now they also have like a pallet of MREs in the back of the personnel carrier, so you don't even have to dig into your own food. Like I said, your support team has everything you could possibly need right now. None of the supplies are actually being taxed. So, but a lot of the other specialists jump out of the back of the truck, just stretching and like holding their rifles in the air and just kind of. Okay, yeah, 4 hours on the road in the back of this thing, and makes me want to just lay down on a hard rock and take a nap.
I know.
A couple of them do that, they just take their helmets off, use it as a pillow, and just lay out for a little while. But is anybody else doing anything specific, or are you guys just resting up?
Just eating and resting and drinking, so nothing special.
Yeah, I'm just chilling out. What was this machine that Sparky was programming?
Oh, it's a robot. They sent a prototype robot with you. Let me see here. There. Yeah, in the mission brief, they told you that the chief special gear that they had was a prototype robot company support unit, codenamed Bastion Prime.
Oh, okay.
And that Prime unit had been field tested thoroughly. It performs first aid, works as a comm center, and it allows real-time intelligence throughout the duration of the mission.
Alright,
And
so
it has combat skills, so it's good for multiple uses.
Yeah, and I just powered it up.
Well,
does
no,
it?
you've got it in reserve basically. All you have to do is push a button, and it's going to jump out of the back of that thing, ready to perform its duties.
Alright, how does it achieve mobility? Is it on tracks?
Yeah, it's on tracks. It looks almost identical to the robot that was in Lost in Space. Because that's the way robots are designed, basically. Very simple designs. So,
Couldn't let go of the 70s.
Actually, couldn't you let go of the 50s?
Oh, sorry, the 50s, sorry.
And what kind of weapons does it have?
It has a standard 10 millimeter electronic pistol. It fires 3 projectiles at the same time, kind of like in that format, and it's caseless. And so pretty much it's silent. All you hear is a, and then 10 millimeter rounds are basically super accelerated to the target. So yeah, it's like having your standard 10 millimeter pistol that is the standard issue for you guys, only having it shoot 3 times and in a bunch that's smaller than a quarter. Yeah. They're very accurate, and like I said, they're silent.
Yeah, you can almost hear him say danger, Will Robert.
I'm having a hard time hearing you.
Yeah, you can almost hear
Ask
him
Grandpa.
say.
I mean, there might be something in the garage, but yeah.
Yeah, you can almost hear him say danger, Will Robinson, or danger.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go into the car and just lay down till we get moving again.
About 10 minutes later, Williams calls out, let's load out. So people are, gathering up their gear and jumping in the back APC. One of the guys throws his helmet on and starts running back. And mid-stride, there's a huge explosion. And that specialist, there's literally nothing left to him whatsoever. Edgy, I'm pretty sure, I'm just going to double check this real quick before I ask you to roll. It is... If Reggie wants to roll a knowledge battle,
Sure.
see if he can figure out what just happened.
Not very good.
What's that? What did you get on your?
1 and a 3.
Okay. Well, you would be the one that would definitely know it, but I guess if Sparky and Harry want to give it a shot,
Alright.
if not, I'll have one of the extras roll for you.
Alright, I have a D4 in battle, so I'll try.
Hold on.
Okay.
I
Don't forget to roll your
Wild.
yeah, your
No, I don't have any knowledge in battle.
yes, you do.
3 and a 2.
Where?
Yeah, it looks like you're not quite sure exactly where Harry. But, Sparky does have every Bastion specialist has knowledge battle.
Then you didn't put it on my sheet. Let me write it up. How much would that be?
I'm assuming a D4, because that's everyone
Yeah,
else's.
it starts at a D4 for everybody.
Okay.
How did you?
Yep.
I must have just overlooked it when I was cutting and pasting. Apologies for that.
No problem. Okay, D4 you said.
And your wild die.
Okay. So 1 and 2. Let's see what happens. A 2 and a 3.
Not quite
No one.
there.
No one's rolling.
No one
good
was
today.
looking.
Yeah, apparently everybody was loading up. Oh wow, scratch that. So actually, in got a total of an 8. So there was one guy that was helping everybody get loaded back up, and he happened to see it happen. And his eyes go wide, and he's like, "Guys, we probably want to be careful heading further up this road because that was an anti-tank mine. Um, and if there are any more of those around here, that will take out the entire APC. And anyone who's lucky enough to survive will be walking from that point on." And he starts looking in the back of the truck, like looking for something.
Okay. Let me roll my notice then to actually see if I can look where the hell that might be.
Okay. And there are a couple of scouts that will walk out front with you as well. See what you get.
I got a 4 and a 1.
Okay, so you got a success. I'm going to give you a success with a raise because the 4 scouts that were out there with you, they would be assisting your roll. So you had your D8 plus 4. You see another anti-tank mine in the middle of the roadway, about 20 or 30 feet ahead of where the APC is parked right now. And then one of the other scouts says, well, there's one, 15 feet past that on the left flank there, and between all 5 of you that are out there, you're imagining this entire section of road for some reason is heavily mined.
Oh. We need to disable those mines, and he tells this to the other engineers.
And a bunch of them were hopping out of the back going, well, why is this area mined? I mean, there's got to be somebody around that set those mines. I mean, and then his eyes get kind of big, and he's like, if they heard that first mine go off, they may be on the way out here to see what tripped it.
Oh dear.
And he yells. He walks back to the back of the APC, and he's like, "Hey guys, this is the situation. He fills you guys all in that the road looks heavily mined, and he's suspecting, of course, some kind of hostile force to come out and see what tripped the mine. And everybody's just trying to get, everyone else's input before an arbitrary decision is made. So a lot of people are like, hey, if it's possible, people that are going to be coming out here and checking us out, then we should, head for some cover and be ready to take them out if necessary. Very few people are willing to just keep driving because of the condition on the road. And the remainder are pretty much of the mind of going off-road.
Well, we need first to take the vehicle off-road to actually provide some cover so that we don't immediately die from who's trying to actually greet us, So,
And,
This is our cover, essentially. And he points to
if,
the building.
and if we're gonna be greeted by some unsavory folk, I'm gonna start finding a high place that's covered up to where I can set up my stuff and start taking them out if I can see them.
Okay. We have 3 scouts and 2 more sharpshooters that head off with you to assist, basically. So you've got a spotter for your shots, and when you're acting as a sniper and you have a spotter, basically you get a +4 to your attack roll with a sniper roll. So,
Right.
I guess what's everybody else doing? I mean, you got a lot of the heavy support, heavy weapon support team that are saying that they're pretty much going to stay in the vehicle for the time being until they know what's going on, and then they'll jump out and move and provide attack.
Yeah, I'm going to activate Bastion Prime just in case, so that it goes out of the vehicle with me in cover. So
Well, you power up Prime, and he lurches vertically. It says, Bastion Prime 001A active. Orders.
follow.
Follow. And it wheels itself to the edge of the APC, puts its arms down, and it lifts up the entire unit. And then it just kind of pushes itself off and then lowers its arms until it just drops to the ground. And it stays within 10 feet of you. But you see the vacuum tubing and the wiring in that Tesla ring around its head start pulsing red. And it's all but saying, "Danger, Will Robinson." But you actually, anybody with a Pip-Boy will hear what he says. It's coming across volume control. But if you're standing there with him, it's going to sound like this. Hostile energy signatures approaching from the west and the southwest. Multiple targets. 5. Correct. 7. Correct. 12.
Oh my
Danger
god.
in being overrun. All troops deploy. All troops deploy.
Alright, so
Yeah, I was right to activate him.
and I was right to get to cover and high up.
Yeah, unfortunately, your Pip-Boys just aren't 100% yet. Especially when it comes to show off like important targets that might be nearby. So this is what you guys are looking at here, okay? This is basically the road you've been following. You've got a couple of buildings. There's an access road basically that comes out like that. This is the main highway. Access road. You've got, like I said, you've got a couple of fast food buildings. Behind this, actually, out down, let's say, down this way. This right here is a strip mall. There are all kinds of little stores in there. And you've got small businesses, small shops and whatnot. There's an alleyway right here. And you've got some more buildings. You've got rather nice hotel. Looks to be about 12 stories. It's right here. And a really nice restaurant right here, something like a Longhorn or the rest of the strip mall. Okay, and the Prime is actually showing you projecting where the hostiles will actually come from. It might be nice if I actually say where you guys are. The APC, you guys stopped it right here.
Okay.
Okay. And probable enemy activity moving in
South-southwest, okay. So, oh. Yeah, hiding behind it again. To duck for cover behind the APC. With Bastion Prime.
Okay. So all these little red dots is where Prime is saying the projected movement of the enemy troops will form up in patterns like this.
Okay.
All right. So boys in blue. Actually, Prime is off-road, actually. He's going to be over here. And Sparky, you said you were right next to him?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right, Edgy, where were you heading?
I'll just be when I see the signatures, I'll just get behind the vehicle for cover.
Okay. All right, Harry. Talk to me.
Alright, so I was gonna get up high and get into cover so I can start taking out guys once I see them.
Well, you've got more than enough time to spread to the strip mall that's right here.
Mm-hmm.
The businesses and whatnot that are over here. You know, these are fast food restaurants, but you got like a hardware store, a movie theater, a big grocery store.
I think I'm gonna set up like on top of the strip mall near Sparky and Edgy.
Okay, so like right here.
Yeah.
All right, and remember, you have a spotter.
Yeah.
Let's move right here. And this is fine. And then you have another spotter and sniper team
Alright.
for support. And you've got another one setting up right here.
Awfully close to hostiles, if they're actually there.
They're not. Yeah, they're not actually there yet. This is projected where they're going to be coming from. So they're basically hoping if these two groups move up this way, they can get them in a fire, passing through their range of fire and mowing them down. And then there's a third team back here to help cover these. And you get some quick cover, some barricades and sandbags you actually have time to throw up. And you get a final sharpshooting squad right here. And last but not least, heavy weapon specialists.
Of course, gotta have your heavy weapons.
And you guys have a heavy weapons team. These guys have heavy weapons team.
Basically, the heavy weapons sort of back up the sharpshooters.
No, actually, it's the reverse. The sharpshooters are backing up the heavy weapons.
Okay.
Because they're going to be launching grenades and stuff, and then the sharpshooters are going to be going, okay, there's my target, bam. But this is pretty much how everything's looking according to Prime. All right. So at this point in time, I am going to pull cards for initiative after I write down everybody's. Okay, so see you again. All right, now then, Sparky.
Mm.
2 of clubs.
Out of here.
Okay.
2 of clubs, Sparky.
Harry. Look at that. Joker.
Joker.
Congratulations. Jokers are freaking awesome.
I know.
Well, for the benefit of others.
Yeah.
When you pull a Joker, you can act at any point in time in the combat round if you want. In addition to that, you get a +2 to every die roll, whether it's trait, skill, or even damage.
All right.
So,
Don't I already get the +4 because of the sniper team?
yeah, but it's stats.
Yeah. God.
Yeah. I mean, that's why a sniper with a spotter is disgusting. Edgy.
Because I can get like a +6 to my rolls.
Edgy's getting the 5 of spades there. So, spades. Prime.
That's good.
Yeah, I mean, let's see. 10 of diamonds. Okay, your support units. 4 of hearts. And the incoming hostiles. 6 of diamonds.
Okay.
So we don't need anybody to break ties or anything. And the order is going to go as Prime first.
Mm-hmm.
After Prime, the hostiles. And then Edgy. And then your support guys. And Sparky. And like I said, Harry can act at any point in time. You just let me know when you want to jump in.
All right.
Okay.
Basically, give you a heads up when I want to do something.
Pretty much.
All right.
You can react to anybody at any point in time you want. Okay.
God, that is a bit too good.
Hey, what if I were using the adventure deck too? But the adventure deck is a little bit hard to do with online games. But I'm hoping to have it figured out for the second Fallout session because that's just going to make it even more fun.
Yeah.
More randomness there.
Yeah. I've already got the
Prime,
+6.
Yeah.
God, that just stacked too.
Okay. Let me see here. Get it back to the map. Okay, so Prime, you guys wait for about maybe 3 minutes before you start hearing what sounds like heavy steps on stone and pavement. And the spotters you hear a couple of spotters going, "Oh my God, what the hell is that? Oh, they're robots. Look, they're small. They're on all fours. They're about the size of a big dog. They're coming from everywhere. Open fire!" and then it's just ballistic mayhem. So, Prime is actually not there anymore, because as soon as stuff starts coming into range, Prime wheels himself forward to about here, and come on, give me color. Paint's not wanting to work for me. Prime actually comes down here and starts just opening fire like throughout this entire area. Anytime he sees something move, he takes a shot. But nothing's in range quite yet. Now the hostiles. Hostiles move forward pretty much as planned. The intel that Prime gave you was pretty much dead on. These guys are in tight patterns, and they're just rushing up the street. Support units are seeing these robots literally climb up the side of the walls to get to the roof. And like I said, these things are fast.
Okay.
And to okay, so Edgy.
Are they? I guess I wouldn't be able to see.
Well, actually, no, well, we might be able to see them over here. Let me see real quick. I'm gonna try a more straight line. Actually, no, you wouldn't be able to see them from there.
Do I know these just like support team 1 and 3? Do I know how they got up there? Would I be able to follow after them?
Well, no, support teams 1 and 3 are actually calling out, and it's popping up on your Pip-Boy as soon as they call out, you know, the numbers and the movements. The 4 robots that got up there were literally, they just clawed in and climbed to the top of those buildings. And they looked like big mechanical wolves or bears or something like that. Heavily armored.
Okay, so I guess I will dash like about 9 o'clock or 8 o'clock to that building and try to get cover over there near those support teams because I want to help them out. Yeah.
Okay. So you managed to haul ass over here. And you can see that there is roof access, easy roof access to both of these buildings. They've got external stairs, fire stairs for the theater, and for this grocery store that's right here.
Yeah,
So
I'm gonna go for this building on the south. I'm gonna try to get on this rooftop.
This one with your sport teams.
Yeah, I'll hang back. I won't reveal myself. I'll just be ready to get up there.
You want to go ahead and start climbing and just wait on the stairwell?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So you're in position. Next is the support teams. And you know what? Just so I can keep the map up, I'm actually going to do dice rolls. Unless you guys want to actually see them. If you guys want to see them, I'll roll them on screen.
I don't mind.
Okay. I don't mind.
Either way.
Okay. Wow. Okay. So there's a barrage of firefights. And just metal on metal. You hear pinging sounds. Team 1, 14-1 and 3 were able to take down one of these robots with coordinated fire. Team 2 was able to take out one as well. And Prime is still moving position himself. The heavy weapons and this sharpshooting team here, they will manage to take out one robot as well. And did I miss anything? No, I didn't. However,
Oh god.
even more of them running into the area. All right. So that would bring us to Sparky.
Alright. Can I use my little handheld console to actually remote hack the incoming forces so that I can scramble their IFF?
I'm sorry, you're coming up really broken, man. I could barely hear you.
Can I use my PIP to remote hack the incoming forces to scramble their IFF?
Possible. You wouldn't be able to do it to all of them at once, but you can definitely try. So you'll want to make a computer roll, and you're going to get a +2 for that roll due to your pip roll. And don't forget to use your wild die either.
Okay, so click. I got a 3 and a 5, and it's
So-
3 plus 2, so it's 5.
Now you use the higher of the die. So you got a 3 on your skill die. You got a 5 on the wild die. So you would actually use the 5.
Okay. So I have 5 plus 2, 7. So
7?
yeah, 5 plus 2 is 7.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Now what happens? And it's kind of funny, okay? Because the closest one that's in range is right here, okay? A few moments after you put in your hack signal, this one just starts wandering back and forth in this area, just flailing around. Its weapon systems aren't working. You don't know. It seems like you just did an override of their mobility sensors and systems. You think with more time, you could study the signal further and cause them to either shut down or self-detonate. But that's going to take some time for you to figure it out.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so it's back up to the top. We have Sparky. And Sparky, you guys hear, he's actually laughing. Click. Click. So very mechanical laughing, but he's laughing nonetheless. And I'm just trying to clear this up a little bit so you can tell where he is. Thank God I'm used to using paint to show the battles and whatnot. So Prime comes all the way down here.
Mm-hmm.
And you see, if any of you have seen Short Circuit, you know exactly what's going on. This weapon system, a large tube rotates up and onto his right shoulder. And he actually says, "Hasta la vista, baby." And he launches, there's a huge, just white ball of flame. And every heavy weapons expert on the field knows exactly what he shot. He just shot a freaking AT-4, the most powerful anti-tank weapon in the world, short of dropping a fat boy on it. So there's really no need for me to roll damage. That's how powerful this thing is. It ignores like 40 points of armor. So it completely destroys that remaining robot. Nothing at all left.
God.
And
It's a
then
good
he's
thing
just
that
kind
surprised with Prime.
he kind of jerkingly, his treads make him look like he's kind of moving around in a circle, and he's got his arms kind of raised and pumping, and he's literally like oh, come on. Okay, he's literally like doing this. Yes, yes, 1 round, 32 to go, 32 to go, 32 hostiles inbound.
Alright, well, seeing that, I'm going to try and see if I can probably take out some that I can probably see from the roof next to where the other support teams are.
Well, actually, right now I have to move the hostiles.
Alright.
Yeah, it sucks, but
I'll take out an eyeball after they're done.
all right. Now I got to take off all the extra. You guys can actually see. All right, that's got them on the move. Again, there's a lot of ping of weapons fire. The scouts are calling out that these things are heavily armored, but they do have onboard weapon systems. It appears to be some high caliber rifle rounds. So now we have Edgy.
Okay. I'm gonna go up to the roof and see what it looks like up there.
You hop up on the roof, and it looks like they should be able to have this in control. You have you've got 2 of these huge robots jumping on the first team, but you've got 2 heavy weapons experts here, and there are grenades going on, and a flamer as well. And then you have the sharpshooter and his team. You've got 3 people just barreling out with the heaviest weapons that you guys have available for this one. And the
Oh
same
my
situation for Team 3, but they only have one to take down. So it seems like these two teams are doing the best. However, Prime is showing you that there are 6 teams that are about to be jumping up onto the rooftop that you're on.
Okay,
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
so how many bots are currently on top of the roof? 3?
3.
Hmm.
Hmm.
And there's a lot more coming down or on the way. Okay.
Yes.
So I'm gonna.
6 more groups of 3.
So I'm going to run over to the south side of the roof while I take out my grenade launcher. Ignore the ones that are up here and just try to take out as many as I can.
So you just need to be like right up here on the edge of the roof.
Yeah, you don't have the screen share on right now, but yep,
Is it not showing you guys the screen?
it switched back.
All right, that's all right. There we go. So you want to just rush up right out here to the edge?
Yeah, that's good.
Okay.
Oh,
And I'll be nice and I'll let you take a shot. Because you had to run across like 100 yards of roofing, not 100 yards, maybe about 50 yards of roof, which is a little bit beyond a normal character's pace. So yeah, I'm going to be nice and let you take a shot.
I'll take a penalty if that's needed.
No, I don't want to be giving you guys penalties yet because, this looks kind of nasty, and
Yeah.
that's good enough. That's good enough,
Yeah, all this.
Okay, so
Fine.
I'm gonna shoot at this grouping of 6 directly to the south of me.
Oh, this one?
Yeah, that one.
Alrighty. So, you launch.
Alright, so that is D8 shooting. Well done. Alright, here goes. I'm gonna use a Benny and reroll
Okay.
that. Okay, yeah. I'm gonna keep that 7. Shooting.
Alright. So, you got a 7.
Yep.
That's a hit, not a raise. Let's see here. They've got an armor of 5. So, roll some damage for me.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Okay, so drop a 7, and it is 8, 16, 22, 29 damage.
Good lord. And that's after their armor?
Oh, before armor.
Okay. Jeez. That's
God.
disgusting.
Now that is disgusting.
Well, there's good news. There's good news. And since you spent a Benny, I'm going to give you a little bit of an extra bit here. So, when you launched a grenade, you took out your primary target as well as the one directly in front of him. That was just way too much damage. I mean, when they're close enough. So, boom, 2 of them are taken out. And you hear the other teams yelling out to you, "Great shot! Yeah, way to go!"
A little help here.
Now, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 good guys on that roof. And you guys are doing okay so far. And
So
now it's
far.
turn to well, now it's the fort. And to make it go faster, I'm going to roll my dice. Again, anytime you want me to roll them on the screen for you guys, all you got to do is tell me, and I don't mind doing it at all. So, team 1, team 2, no, team 1 and team 3 first. Oh, wow. Couple of max die rolls. Maxes again. Okay, the sniper team on 3 took out the 1 lead. The heavy weapons team were able to take out the others. So a whole team of these bastards taken out. Let's see here. Team 1 did not have so much luck. They hit them, and they hit them hard, but they're still moving. I mean, they're obviously hurt. They're moving about half pace right now, which is equal to a 6. So it's equal to the speed that everyone else is moving. Let me see here. Team 2. They were able to take out the front one and one visually, and that's from the sniper as well as the heavies they got with them. Fort. And this team, that's going to be, we're going to try it. And we have a max die.
Nice.
And another max die. I'm telling you, my dice roll really good. That's a 29 total for the sniper to hit something. So yeah. Damage. Okay, they destroy this one here, and the heavy weapons team enjoys another max die. And they are able to take out this one closest to prime. And that brings us to Sparky.
I'm gonna try and take out that one next to Prime.
Oh, you want to take your action now?
Yeah.
Okay.
And Sparky just continues the hack.
Okay. Well, we gotta do Harry here real quick. So.
Okay, let's do Harry then.
Okay.
All right. So. I'm gonna use my VATS with this.
You're gonna use your what?
VATS.
Oh, okay. So let's put the map again. Let me see here. One, that's 2 range increments. So you would be able to take 2 shots basically at all the same bonuses by using your VATS.
Okay.
So you're basically shooting once, but you roll twice and take the better of the 2.
Okay. So 1d8 and this and right.
Don't forget about your wild dice or your bonuses from Joker.
All right. I'm taking my 5 and my 7.
Okay.
And along with the +6 I get from the sniper team, so yeah.
What's total? Let's see how. See
Alright.
how many raises you got here.
Alright. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18.
18?
Yeah.
Oh my lord! So that's what? That's like 4 raises, man.
God.
All right. So roll your damage. I mean, we
All right.
more than hit him.
Alright. What do I roll for damage?
Well, your weapon should tell you.
Sniper rifle. Let's see. I don't think we have anything down for sniper rifle on here. Sidearms.
No, actually, the only thing on the list you can really sniper with is the M4. But still, I mean, it's got the best range.
All
of all
right.
the sidearms, and it's got good damage dice.
All right. So 3d6.
3d6 plus 2. Don't forget that.
All right. 3d6 plus 2. And the wild die. Okay. Drop my lowest one.
Yeah.
And 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
All right. You only really had to hit 12, but that's okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so you wanted to take out that one. You have 3 raises, so yeah, this little element here is taken care of. And Prime is turning around to begin taking out these guys. Now, Sparky.
Okay, rolling my hack again. Okay, let's see. 3 plus 2, 5 total. If the bonus still counts.
Yes, the bonus still counts.
Yeah, 5 total.
Let's see. For some reason, your signal ends up going all the way up here. And again, the only thing it really does is kind of start moving in crazy circles. Yeah, it's just going to take more time to get to pin down that signal. The next time you make an attempt, you'll have an additional +1. Okay?
Okay, so it's 3
that in
plus
mind.
3. Okay, cool.
And
Next person.
that is Prime. So Prime, being the ultra hardcore badass that he is,
That's
he comes down here. And you guys can still see the map, right?
yeah.
He comes down here and just literally rolls into the mass of the 3 heavy robots.
Robot fight.
As it hits the first one, his arms kind of turn and rotate, and these big, like, short sword-sized blades come out from the hand. And he starts yelling, "It slices! It dices!" And... Christ. 2 maximum die. Another maximum die. That's... 20,
This is
9, 30, 32, so 37 to hit.
Wow.
And it's that split between all three. So damage.
Was that
Max
a rapid
die.
attack?
What's that?
Was that a rapid attack?
It was a multi-attack.
Oh, okay.
Another maximum die. Oh god, these things are just pre-made. They're going to be toast. And 22, 26 damage off of an armor 7. So Prime just pureed this group. And again, he does his little dance. Bring them on! Bring them on!
Get him, Prime.
And then we have to move some hostiles. Alright. Bring the map back up. Okay, we're taking care of some hostile movements. Yep, forgot about that one little doggy. He has joined up with that mass. This guy's still going bonkers. And that's it. Alright, so hostile movements are done. Edgy. Go for it.
Yeah, I'm gonna aim shoot down at the mass that's around my 7 o'clock.
This one?
Yeah.
Okay. You want to target the front or the rear?
I'll target that third one closest to the bottom.
Right about here?
No, the one above him.
Oh, one up?
Yeah,
This one?
yeah, that guy.
Okay. So lighter gray to show you the arc. Alright, and let's see what heavy weapon specialist can we get here.
I got a 4.
Okay, well that's definitely a hit. Let's roll some damage for us. And don't forget, the armor and toughness total is 7. So,
Alright, so I get a total of 10.
okay. Is that considering the armor or
Oh, before armor.
the full armor? Okay. Well, your grenade is a little bit off target, and you actually missed the group. So you actually hit right about in here, and nothing actually suffered damage from the grenade itself. It's like it bounced off the side of one, rolled a couple of feet, and then exploded. And in Fallout, that happens.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ricochet.
Okay.
Support team. Take care of support team 3 first. And out of 4d6, they're all 6s. Ooh.
Support team's on point today.
Yeah.
Well, the rerolls weren't very good, but still. Okay.
Well, then again,
These
these are the Bastions, so they should be good.
33. Oh my god. The heavy weapons and the sniper team took out that entire group. They don't seem to be worried about this one right here just yet. 14-1. Two max die. Another max die. Another max die. Okay, and a 2. And this 14. Okay, between the support team and the sniper, these guys are taking off the map.
Alright.
Team 2. Maximum die. Maximum die on the reroll. So, heavy weapons. Oh, and I gotta retrieve that. Okay. So Team 2 completely annihilates this there that was going haywire. And that's support. So Harry, it is your turn.
Alright.
Actually, I want you to give me a notice skill check first.
Okay. Let's see. Notice is at a D8. Good.
Don't forget your wild die.
Yeah. Not forgetting the wild die. Come on, give me something good. Give me something good. 6 and a 1.
Well, yeah, you got a 6 on your wild die, so roll that again.
Alright.
So you got a total of 10 off the wild die.
Alright.
That is more than enough. All right, let me pull the map back up. All right, and what you notice, because your team is over here,
Mm-hmm.
there's really not much for you to do in your position. But what you notice is when you're looking out this way,
Mm-hmm.
you see this group and this group. You see these huge barrel-like systems roll out of the sides of them.
Oh my god.
And it looks like they've got frickin' missile launchers on their sides.
I'm gonna see if I can try and shoot down one of the barrels, like shoot directly into the barrel.
Well, no, they're not facing the right direction for that. They're facing. Bring up the map. All of these guys are facing everything up here. All these enemies right here are concentrated on this route.
Alright, well, then I'm gonna try and probably shoot in like a... See if there's an open spot in their armor I can shoot into.
Okay, well, let's take your aim shot.
Alright.
And
That
we're going to...
Alright, how much would that be?
Aim shot, if I'm not mistaken, gives you a +1.
Alright.
It might be a +2. I can't quite remember. I'm scrolling through the rules right now.
Alright.
Aim shots. I'm not actually seeing any range shots. Maybe it's an edge. That sucks. You know what? I'm gonna give it a +1 anyway.
Alright. So.
Because you got no movement near you whatsoever,
Yeah.
but you got clear sight.
Yeah. So. Just roll the D8 and the wild die for my shot.
And don't forget your +2 from your spotter.
Yeah.
And then +2 for the end shot.
Alright.
All that wild die sucked.
Yeah. Well, add the +6 I get from the sniper teams, right?
Yeah. And then the end shot. And another 2.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Perfect. Alright, roll damage on him.
Okay.
And when you roll damage, I want you to roll an extra d6.
Okay. Check it. 3d6. Okay. Alright, just checking 3d6 plus the extra d6 and the wild die. That's okay. 10, 50, 18.
I only had to get 15. So, you take your shot straight through and hit this one right here.
Alright.
It hits, you actually hit the weapons pod on its right side.
Oh my god.
And the explosion takes out this entire bit of the building and those robots with it. Now I need to roll percentage. Let's see here.
That's actually a pretty far shot.
Yeah, but it was in clear. It was still in clear range, and you only had a -2 for the M16.
Oh yeah.
So, oh yeah, I needed to roll percentile because there is a 50% chance that something good is going to happen, but it doesn't because I rolled too high. I rolled too high all the time. Okay. So you still see movement at the group that was in front. You still see these guys moving and starting to climb up. But yeah, you just love this entire area.
Alright.
Nothing but love.
Alright.
Alright, and that brings us to Sparky.
Okay, so uh 5 because of my wild die. So 5 plus 3, 8.
Perfect, perfect, perfect. Alright. This one goes beyond your expectations.
Mm-hmm.
Guys right here, literally, do a full run out here.
Could you please reload your map?
Oh, is it not on? I thought I just turned it on. I apologize.
It's alright.
So the 3 that were here literally run all the way out into the middle of this area, completely exposed. The weapon systems on their side are still out, but you're actually reading on your Pip-Boy that they are not turned on.
Cool.
Now, let's see, this group of 7 pretty much does the exact same thing.
Yeah, great. More
Again,
targets.
weapons pods are extended, but your sensors are telling you every robot that's still within range, including this guy over here, weapon pods are deployed, but not active. So they basically got two huge targets painted on the side of them.
This is great.
Ryan.
Like the biggest badass that he is. Well, it's like
All right, can you guys see that?
second.
Did that map come back up?
Yeah.
No, it did. It did.
Okay, cool.
Second.
All right, Ryan. Where are you, boy?
Over there.
Prime just moves himself to a better position, which would be about here. And he's going to take an AT4 to here. Let's see how he rolls. Come on, come on. Wow, no max dice. Barely scrapes by with a 14. The lowest he's rolled all day. So he hit, and now damage, which is disgusting. Armor. I hit with 2 raises, and guess what? Gone. Alright. Moving the hostiles. And there's 7 of these guys here. This hostile right here has just stopped moving completely. And it's not doing anything. Weapons pods are still deployed though. So, literally out in the open, again, weapons deployed but not active. All they're doing is moving themselves into a better position for you guys.
Which is good. For me.
Alright. Sparky, seeing all the mayhem that you've done to these robots is just completely filling you with just like this adolescent glee. You know? And I'm going to give you a Benny for being able to hack these guys to the point where they're completely useless.
Hey, maybe
now,
you can reprogram them.
You guys can continue in the combat, or we can just say at this point in time, since the robots are useless, you pick them off one at a time.
I mean,
you know, that's going to be the quickest way, because these things are not going to be taking any more offensive actions thanks to Sparky's programming. We're happy.
I'm surprised we didn't try and like reprogram to put them on our side.
Oh,
Well,
that's a good idea.
yeah, but after everyone's done destroying everything, because
well, there's still 7 of them.
Yeah. 7 useless robots that can't fight back.
They're only useless because that's the way that Sparky made them.
I'm going to roll a little thing called hack. So, yeah. Making another computer's roll to actually see how well it goes. Ooh, got a 5 there. 5 plus 3 equals 8, if I remember correctly.
Yep. And that's
If-
all you needed. All you needed. Success with one raise. And you've opened up their core programming again. So you have these guys completely hacked. You have complete control over them. Gain a Benny.
Okay, that's 2.
Well, no, you
Nice.
start with 3,
And
and then
so
you
I
earn
have
more. So you have a total of 5 right now.
cool 5 bennies. Nice.
Indeed.
And I have this little thing called MacGyver.
Right.
MacGyver.
He's got the MacGyver, which means you can work on anything without the tools, and you'll be at no penalty.
Very good.
I have MacGyver, and I have a lot of spare parts here and there. I'm going to make myself anti. What's the squad that disables all the bombs?
And just bomb robots.
Yeah, I'm going to create a few of those.
So you're gonna modify these freaking robots to act as bomb disposal. That is awesome. Get another Benny. That is great. That is great. Oh my god. So
Yeah.
a couple of engineers come over to help you, because this is gonna take some time. But let me see. Yeah, it's going to take about an hour with you and your support team to reprogram these robots in this way. And even modify them to where they can, not dig up the mines, but at least deactivate them.
All of this.
So now we have a robotic bomb the disposal squad at our disposal.
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah,
But
we'll probably
I'm
send
sure
them
you-
in front of the vehicles
Yeah.
and just sweep it wherever we're passing by.
Is that what you want to do? You want to send them out as you guys are moving out? They're right in front of you.
Yeah. To
Yeah, I'll
be
have them in
fair,
the front line leading the
did-
convoy.
You did say that the road is filled with anti-vehicle.
Anti-tank. Yeah, I mean, like I said, dude, that was absolutely brilliant. All right, so it's a
God.
bit slow going, but after about an hour, you're able to hit the highway at full speeds, and before long, you're just on the outside of Orlando. And as you're coming up on an on-ramp, and you see that the western side of the elevated on-ramp system is completely just rubble. It looks like people just shot, 60 millimeter rockets and AT-4s at the thing for probably an hour. And it just kind of fell down into a sloping arc. And you're coming up on the opposite side. As you guys are passing by, you see a lot of dead civilians. They're pretty much everywhere. And then you come across another one of those huge 8 to 9 foot weird-looking monstroids. And Williams pulls the APC to a halt, and she hops out, and she says, "Hey guys, come check this one out."
All right, getting out
Okay.
of the APC.
Alright, I'm going as well.
Okay. You guys head out, and she's like standing at the head of this guy. You guys are kind of circled around his feet. You all see that on his chest, he has these weird purple growths that almost cover his entire chest and abdomen cavity. And he has blue growth, I'm trying to get it so you can see it on camera, all along his forearm, on both arms. And the other ones that you saw did not have this.
Mm.
And Williams is pretty much like, this guy's completely different. I mean, what's going on here? What is this thing? They're this far north. I mean, you'd think they would all be centrally located with that other group that we ran into.
Don't worry, I'll help you.
Hmm. Can we get some scientists here to actually analyze this?
Oh yeah, they'll come out and they'll take some more samples. And within minutes they'll be able to tell you guys this is genetically the same thing as the others. But if we can get 3 or 4 more, we can probably cast a genetic type on these things and see what kind of genetic markers they have and what exactly happened to them.
Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
But we'd have to find more and take more samples.
Okay. And
He goes back to the back of the truck and comes back with these 3 heavy kits. They're about, not heavy, they're about 15 pounds or so, and hands one to each one of you guys. He keeps one in his hands. And he's like, well, let's spread out and see if we can find some more of their corpses and take samples. And he shows you how to use the kits. Really easy. You're not even going to have to make a skill check with them. So, like, poke a needle, pull up the popper, put a top on the needle, and that's it. And you just do that to as many as you can find. So he heads out in one direction. What are you guys doing? Are you heading the same direction or what?
I'm going in the opposite.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess I'll follow along with Sparky.
I think I'm gonna head with him.
Okay, so you guys are staying in one group?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Prime comes out and lowers himself out of the carrier and just kind of looks around and says, "Orders, orders."
Question: Does Prime is Prime equipped with something similar to the devices that we have?
No, but he could be equipped with them.
I'm
His-
equipping him.
Okay, because his arms and hands are basically modular. So that's why his hands could pop out with the sword, because that's what his hands were deployed with. But you can rig it, take samples. It takes
Doing
about 5
it right.
minutes to switch these out.
Yep. Doing it right now.
Okay.
Because I want him to do the same thing, just so that we have more manpower, so that we can find more samples effectively.
Right. So Prime starts looking around and says, "Best opportunity, west. Look at that mess. Look at that mess."
I like this guy.
Going
I like
west.
this robot. He's got a sense of humor. First time I've ever heard a robot with a sense of humor.
Let's go west.
Do you wish me to accompany you?
Yes, please.
Very well. Support roll, active, active, active. And, he starts rolling down the roadway that you came. And after about 15 minutes, you all come to the huge pile of rubble that was, the western on-ramp. And Prime's left hand shifts, and you see it turn into a shovel. And he basically launches his arm like 15 feet, and the shovel just literally like catapults some of the wreckage, just poof, and then he just shoots his arm in there again and just throws back another bit, and that's how he's searching.
Alright.
So, do you guys just want to stick to the perimeter and see what you can
Oh.
find?
I'm gonna use my binoculars to sort of look around, get a sense of like, see if there's anything that could be looted or scavenged. I mean, it's
Okay.
Fallout. There's got to be something around here.
All right. Well, give me a notice skill check,
Mhm.
and you got the binos, so I'll give you a +1.
All right. Let's see. What do I have for? There's D8 plus my wild.
+1.
Okay, so we got
So you got
11.
a 6.
Yeah, 6. Sorry,
Yeah, that's a long guy.
I forget you.
About 20 or 30 yards to your west, you can see what seems to be the focus point of the blast that leveled the western on-ramp. And you're thinking, that's probably a good spot because they were probably rigging up stuff right there. They might have trucks.
Mm-hmm.
So,
So
are you going to head over there?
Yeah, I'm heading over there.
Okay.
Yep, me too.
Oh, you too? Okay. And Sparky as well, or are you sticking with Prime?
I'm going to go with the group, because Prime has it handled. He can defend himself.
So we're gonna leave Prime to take samples while we go search for stuff to loot.
Exactly.
Well, yeah, but you never know what you're going to find. So
Maybe there's more
Alright.
samples over there.
So you guys, move over there, and the closer you move, the more disgusting things look. It was definitely the site of a heavy explosion. Because as you are moving closer to it, you can see a huge yellow arm that's holding this thing that looks like a lunchbox. And then you come up to a huge green and yellow leg that's standing upright in this huge leather boot that looks like it was made out of a tire. And you're finding all these bits and pieces and goo and whatnot, and you start to do a little bit of mental math, and you realize there are probably 10 dead, mutated, whatever they were, scattered throughout the area. And while you're kind of looking over everything, you see, there was one of them that obviously had an M4. It was only lightly damaged.
Mm-hmm.
You find tons of spare ammo between them. And the biggest one of them had like a leather pack like this.
Mm-hmm.
And it's filled with euros. You pull that out and take a check. It's probably 200 euros.
I'm taking that.
Mine. Okay. And some of them are equipped with medical supplies. You find, let me see here. Oh, good lord. One of them's got a chem kit. It's apparently the drug dealer of the group. And in his pack, there are 5 stim tacks. I don't know if you can write this down, or you want me just to send this to you as a note, or?
Up to you.
Chem kick. 5 stim packs?
5 stim packs.
Alright.
There's also 5 Med-X.
Mm-hmm.
5 Mentats.
Okay.
5. What was that last name?
Mentats. M-E-N as in Nancy, T-A-T-S.
Substance packs.
Mentats.
And then
Alright.
there's 1 buff out and 3 jets. Like I said, this guy must have been the drug dealer of the group.
Alright.
Lots of chems there for you. Most of them are not very addictive, and they last hours and give you temporary bonuses. And as long as you don't get addicted, there's no chance of penalties or anything like that.
Alright.
But if you get addicted and you start taking a lot of it, there are OD factors that are written into the tag gear document. Like, if you take, let me see, the Mentat, okay, they work for 30 hours. But if you take as many as 30 Mentats within those 30 hours, you're dead. Flat out. The jet works for 30 hours. If you take 30 within those 30 hours, you're dead.
Alright.
Impacts are negligible. It's almost impossible to become addicted to those. But anyway.
Yeah, I'd rather take the one that actually heals you.
Well, the way the mechanics work, it doesn't heal you, it assists you on a heal check. Or if a doctor uses his healing skill, it gives him a D6 bonus as well. Which, I mean, it basically accents the normal healing.
Okay, well, I'm probably going to take the stim packs in case I ever get hit.
Okay.
I don't know what the jets are, but I want some of those. I'm gonna take those.
Oh, jets? Oh no, your character would know. Everybody knows what these things do. Jet actually makes you move a little bit faster in combat. You're able to react to your surroundings a little bit faster. And what it does is it gives you 5 action points, which means that there are 5 units that you can count that won't penalize you. Like if you've got a -2 to range, then that's 2 action points. And then if you have a -2 for pain, that's another 2, leaving you with 1, and you're taking no penalties on that roll.
Actually,
I'm
going to take...
See what I mean? The jet is awesome. There's also an ultra jet that gives you 10 action points. But it only works for about an hour, and it's highly addictive and very deadly. So you take like 1. If you take anything more, then you're risking it.
Actually, I'm going to take the Mentats since they give me +4 to notice.
Mentats are good. They're not very addictive, and like scientist types and engineers, they use Mentats on a regular basis, just because it clears up they're able to focus more on the task at hand. All of these things are better life than chemicals. Yes. Like I said, you find a crap ton of ammo, you found the money, you found the drugs, and you found the actual site where they took out the overpass. You hear Prime yell out, "1 sample collected! Ah, ah, ah!"
Oh my god, he's doing the thing from like...
5 minutes later, he's like,
count.
2 samples collected. Ah, ah, ah.
Oh my god, he's doing the thing from like Sesame Street.
Yeah, and he does that 5 times.
Oh my god.
5 samples collected. Ah, ah, ah. Moving to, what would he say? He's like, moving position to accompany you. And you guys are looking around. Like I said, there's plenty you can take samples from just because the arms and legs are so.
My guy's slightly annoyed by hearing that 5 times. Like, why'd they put that as programming?
Hey, dude. I mean, you know, he's just weird like that. All right. Well, unless there's anything else specific you guys are looking for, you're able to collect the samples with additional samples to work on. With the 5 that find bound and your veritable smorgasbord of split limbs, there's tons of material to take samples. But is there anything else you want to do while you're in that area?
I'm gonna check to see how many rads these body parts are giving off. Like the overall amount of rads that I'm getting from the area.
Yeah, just 1 second. Okay. You get a solid reading, and it's like 0.4 per minute.
Okay, so we're not really gonna get too much radiation from this.
No, barely anything at all.
Alright.
So it's sick. Okay.
So I guess time to get to work taking samples.
More samples collected without the whole counting like count.
God.
If he does that for every time we take one, it's gonna be obnoxious.
Yeah.
So are you guys heading back to the vehicle, or?
Yeah.
Yeah.
After we collected every sample that we can find, we're going to the vehicle, heading and giving them to the scientists to make a better conclusion.
Yeah, you guys ended up with a total of about 30 samples. So there's more than enough material for them to work with.
Yeah.
And Specialist Michaels is one of the best trained scientists on your team. He takes all the material and puts it in some type of weird chamber and says, give me about 20 minutes. Give me about 20 minutes and I should be able to come up with some baseline comparisons.
Also, we gotta, and during that time, we're probably gonna figure out what to do about getting to our direction.
Oh no, you're heading in the right direction.
Yeah,
You just took the off ramp to Orlando, so you're like, maybe 5-15 minutes out off, unless something else crops up.
Yeah.
Um,
Well, unless we run into any more of those robotic dogs.
Someone might have just repurposed them to be a
Bomb
diffusing
disposal
bomb
squad.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, they worked very well. There were no mines that were activated the entire trip up here.
So
the roads have been pretty clear. The roads have been pretty clear for about a mile now. But you pull onto the exit ramp and you start heading down to the highway that actually goes into town. And it's weird. It's looking like you're looking around and you're just seeing a ghost town. Because just imagine, Orlando, one of the biggest cities in Florida, driving through downtown and there's not another car on the street, no one's walking around. It's been completely evacuated. Most of the people in the area probably went to Vault 37, which is about 30 miles northwest of your position.
Weren't we already at 37?
You were at 42.
Oh, 42, sorry. After a while, all the vaults start to blend together.
Exactly.
But, you guys are heading downtown, and I need you guys to make a notice. There's a lot of background noise for someone.
Notice?
Yeah, I need you to make a notice check, and you're going to get a +2 from your pit boy.
Alright. Okay. Yeah, that wild is not doing good. 4, 5, 6.
Okay, what about you? What about sparking energy?
Mm, I have a 10 plus 2,
Awesome.
12.
I couldn't hear what you said, so all of us do a notice check.
Yeah,
It's
notice.
a notice check, and you get a +2 because of your pit for it.
Okay, so let's see what happens. I got a 5 total.
Okay, so everybody at least got one success. Cool. And with
¿De verdad, mijo?
the two successes,
Hay que arreglar porque Adriana yo creo que para la otra semana que va a venir van a venir gente de allá, se boda. Entonces probablemente van a atender aquí colchonetas y eso para
Okay.
dormir.
Okay, estoy
Ese.
ocupado ahorita.
Ok, hay que
Okay.
acomodar esa área.
Alright, I'm back. What did we notice?
okay, since you got two successes,
Yeah.
¿Estás trabajando?
everybody sees this, but you're going to get a little bit of extra information. Your Pip-Boy radar system just popped to life, and it's showing you accurate readings for the 5 square miles.
Sorry, dude. I literally can't hear you.
I know there's a lot of background noise. I don't know where it's coming from. Hey, it seems quieter now.
Okay, continue.
Yeah, that's better. Your your Pip-Boys are showing about 5 square miles of the roadways and highways and stores and all that that's surrounding you. And basically, at the far northeast, there's a GPS ping, and it's regular intervals at about every 3 seconds. And you're able to see on the Pip-Boy. The Pip-Boy registers the GPS signal as the package, and it's slowly moving east at approximately 2 miles per hour. So you guys should be able to get on this with no problem.
Alright, following the signal.
Yeah, let's head over there. How many vehicles are we? Or with?
How many what?
How many vehicles are we with?
You've only got the one vehicle.
Okay.
Yeah, plus the robot escort.
Alright. Let's head over.
So, are you guys going to try and split up and cover more ground, or are you just going to take the vehicle in as close as you can?
I'd go with the fastest route that we can get to.
Agreed.
Okay. That should only take about 10 minutes. But you come out of an alleyway and cut off the GPS ping from continuing to move east. And when you look out at this, what you see is like a 70s style V-Dub Bug, completely rusted, barely any paint left on it. And there's a young girl who's driving it, and in the back seat, it seems to be there's somebody like completely hunched over and moving around doing something. but the vehicle is literally just, you know, and it comes to a stop maybe 10 feet away, and you hear a male voice from the inside scream, "Don't stop! Hurry up! Hurry up! Go as fast as you can. We can't stop. We don't have enough time."
So could we get in the way, like with a vehicle, just kind of cut it off?
That's the way Williams drove it up. He drove it up,
Okay.
and APC is big enough it completely cuts off the street.
All right. I'm gonna walk out and go towards the vehicle and see what's up with these people. I'm gonna tell them to stop.
Are you carrying any visible weapons?
No, but I do have check on my Desert Eagle before I head out.
Okay. You head over and tell her to stop. And her eyes just get really big. She's like, "No, no, no, we gotta go." And she starts turning it like hard to do a hard right, turn the car around. And the male voice in the back is like, "No, we gotta keep going. If we don't keep going west, we're not gonna make it there in time."
What's west?
Oh, you walked up and joined them? Okay.
Yeah.
The little girl who's driving looks up at you and has these big blue eyes that are just tearing up. And she says, "My uncle says we have to get to Vault 37. We have to get there quick. But the vehicle doesn't move very fast, and if we drive too fast, then whatever my uncle is doing isn't going to work." And you hear the voice yell out again. "It's very delicate scientific equipment back here that I'm trying to get readings on. Just, we can't go very fast. We need to keep heading, or we're not going to make it there in time."
Hold on. Scientific equipment, you say? And he actually goes closer because he's really interested.
Well, you know, you look in there, and he's literally, like I said, he's hunched over in the back seat because there's no room in the back of the car. Everybody.
Mm-hmm.
And he's basically hunched over this sampling kit that has a couple of bottles that are on it that are slowly turning, and then they'll stop, and basically one will pour into the other a little bit, and then they'll start turning again, and then they'll stop and they'll start turning the other direction. And he's like, "I've been trying to get a reading on this thing for a day now, and it's just taking so long to process it. We have to get to Vault 37. We'll have better equipment, and we can see what's going on."
Well.
And right about then, Specialist Michaels yells out and says, "Hey, we've got some results on these readings we took."
Why don't you join us? Because we are actually heading to Vault 37.
Well, actually,
yeah, it was the Pit Boys, right?
Well, your mission was to take the package back to Vault 82, where you came from.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the Vault 37 and 42 were only vaults that you were supposed to support if you came in contact. But according to your Pit Boys, either the man or the little girl or their little science kit, one of them is pinging as the package. And since you guys are so close, you fiddle with the dials and whatnot, and you find out, strangely enough, the little girl has been tagged. She's got a little tracker implant, like right on the side of her neck, right here.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like a big insect bite or something. But
Mm-hmm.
she is definitely the quote unquote the package.
Hmm.
Okay. And I slowly go out of there and back to my group and quietly say when I'm back in the ATV, we got the package. It's the girl.
Well, Michael's, looks at you and says, "Well, come here and check this out." Um,
Okay.
and all the scientific mumbo jumbo aside, basically what he found out from all the samples is that they were genetically modified humans. Someone manipulated their base DNA on purpose. And
Shit.
if you know anything about biology, your DNA strands, you basically have two
Mm-hmm.
that rotate and form the genes themselves. These guys actually have three genetic columns instead of
Oh,
two.
fuck me. Okay. That's not good.
Yeah, so they've been manipulated so much to the point where the only thing they have in common with humans now is their base appearance. But they are a completely different creature from what they started out as. And it definitely was intentional genetic modification.
And now we know that the package is a little girl that has a tracker on her.
Hmm.
And he actually says this out loud.
Okay.
Thoughts?
Um, I'm just gonna go into the van and take out my gun and start asking the guy, what are you doing here? What is all of this?
What, the guy in the back seat of the bug?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, his eyes go really big when he sees you walking up with a pistol. He's like, hey, delicate equipment here. Delicate equipment, please, please, please. Please, please.
I aim at whatever
Please?
equipment is looking like it's moving around a lot, and I kind of threaten him by aiming my gun at his equipment. Say, what kind?
He literally leans over it and looks at you and he's like, please don't. Please. Please,
Well, what are
this is a life and death thing here. We have to get to Vault 37. We have to.
if I won't let you unless you tell me what you're trying to accomplish.
We've encountered, well, mutants, for lack of a better word, that attacked uh, our apartment that we were living in. We didn't evacuate with everyone. Um, and it seemed like they were coming in and kidnapping people for some reason or another. And we lost so many people. I mean, when we got down to a dozen, we grabbed three vehicles that we could find and just start heading towards the nearest vault, hoping that they'll let us in.
But what are you trying to do with the equipment?
I've discovered that this genetic mutation that they've gone through is gene splicing. It's changing a genetic structure and adding something else to it. It's triple helix DNA. I've never seen anything like that before. But the group that was heading with us, they slowly started turning. And after the course of 3 or 4 days, one of them would turn into one of these mutants. And everyone in the group was affected by whatever it is that's turning us into mutants. But my niece, Alice, he kind of looks over at the girl. For some reason, she's immune. and I need to get her somewhere safe, so that maybe we can find some way to, I don't know, stop this mutation from spreading throughout, the towns and the vaults, because there's no telling, there could be people locked up in vaults that are already affected by this, and we need to find a cure. And my niece is the best way. Little girls in the front seat, and their eyes are just pouring, redness from too much crying. She's sniffling. I mean, the girl can't even be 10 years old.
I take a step back and I ask them, "Are you infected?"
Who are you talking to? The guy?
Yeah, to the guy.
He says, yeah, my entire apartment complex was affected. But if the timeline still fits, I've got about a week before I start to change.
We could take her. We're not going to Vault 37. We're going to Vault 42, and
82.
we will vouch for her, and we'll take her in there.
But Vault 37 has the equipment that we need. It's a scientific vault. It's not there for civilians. It's specifically for scientific study of the environment now and after a possible nuclear assault. It's there to design, basically the future from whatever's left over. They have the only equipment that can handle this. And in a couple of days, I'm not going to be able to think straight. I'm going to start growing and getting aggressive. And we don't have that kind of time. We need to get her there. Have we lost everybody?
No, Sparky's still here, I believe.
And yeah, I'm here. I'm just looking, and I'm still waiting for those that are in the APB to actually give me an answer, because it's like, okay, we found her, we know that this is a thing, what's the game plan?
Well, Specials Michaels, is right around you guys, and he's like, well, if we were to follow mission guidelines completely, we would naturally need to take them back to Vault 82, to headquarters. And that was our mission. We're not supposed to take the package anywhere except back to home base.
Alright. But there is this thing that... Did we hear it out of character? The conversation?
Yeah, you guys can hear the conversation without a problem.
Yeah, so essentially, you heard the man. If these things that we have encountered in the previous vault keeps on popping up, we might just... We're a freaking civilian vault, not a science vault to actually be prepared to deal with this issue. I mean, I'm an engineer.
Yeah, I don't know, but I mean, that's our mission. That might not be something that we specialize in, but if our mission tells us to take her back to Vault 82, then they must they must have some means of dealing with the situation. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been sent. I mean, another thing to think about is why she was tagged in the first place. I mean, if all this is because of genetic mutation and manipulation, I mean, do they want the girl so that they can learn how to bypass whatever immunity she has? I mean,
I'm going to call
just a second, guys. Just a second.
All right. So we found the package. There's a girl driving a BF Surfer, and in this van there's a old fart with some lab equipment in the back, and he claims that the only place that they could she's somehow immune to this genetic mutation, and the met
basically because of her mutation. So this girl's the package because of her immunity, basically.
Yeah,
that seems to be the case. But the man claims that Vault 37 is the only place equipped to reverse engineer whatever immunity she has.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm inclined to just finish the mission and go back to Vault 82.
activating the Bastion Prime and contacting HQ. Because this is strange.
Yeah.
So,
I'm thinking we probably contact our higher ups, tell them about what we found, and
essentially tell them the situation and what we found from the old man.
yeah, that. Freaking wires.
Activating with the pip Bastion Prime.
Okay. You link up your Pip-Boy to Prime, and he says, "Comm signal in range. In range. Ready to send message."
Yes.
So who wants to tell the boss?
I'll tell him.
Alright. If he fires you, good luck.
Don't care. We'll do it. Anyway, message.
So, the comm signal was activated, and Overseer Ryan comes over the radio, and you basically hear it say, "This is Overseer Ryan. Bill reports a little bit overdue. What's going on out there?"
Well, we encountered hostiles that are basically mutants. We have gathered samples to confirm this, and we have found the
package.
package.
To do with the mission. Have you found the package?
We found the package.
Okay, what's your ETA return?
How far is this out of character?
You guys are about 4 or 5 hours out on maximum speed. You're just carrying too much. You're carrying too much weight. That's the only thing that's really slowing you down.
5 hours at maximum speed.
Because you got to keep in mind, 5 hours to get here, 5 hours to get back. That only leaves you a 2-hour window.
Yep. 5 hours.
If the timeline that they're projecting is accurate. If it's not, then the bombs could start falling while you're still on the road.
Oh my god.
Or you could get into the vault with no problem, and the vault wouldn't, and the bomb wouldn't drop. for weeks. You know, it's a matter of the fact that
They
you
could
know,
drop at
they-
any point in
yeah,
time.
they have the timeline set at about 12 hours, but there's no telling how accurate it could be. It could go either way. I mean, without a doubt, Miami is a target. They know this. And,
Right.
you know, the bomb is supposed to come from either Russia or Korea.
Alright, so
So, at best case scenario, if we put the pedal to the metal, it would be 5 hours if we just do everything without interruptions. And we had quite a few of them already.
what would Overseer Ryan? What would happen if Vault 37 was the only vault equipped with the tech to reverse engineer the stuff from the package?
It has nothing to do with the mission. The mission is to bring the package back to base. Period. No deviations whatsoever.
Okay, we'll do it. 5 hours.
Alright.
At best. Alright. Prepare the equipment. We'll be on our way.
Godspeed. And he clicks off and there's just static.
Okay.
I'm thinking in my head, God, I hate being a soldier.
Yes. Well, shit, man.
Well,
Let's-
we gotta
let's
finish
go
the
in.
mission.
I'll go back to the guy in the van, and I'll just say, hey, if you do get to Vault 37, do you know that they'll even let you in?
What are you talking about?
Vault 37. What if is it closed already?
No,
What-
if we stay on our timeline and drive careful enough to maintain this population of this project, we'll be able to get there in time. And since this is the sort of thing that is their purview, of course they're going to let us in. They would have to.
Well, we were instructed to bring this package back to base. No deviations whatsoever.
You're not taking this. No, this is delicate equipment. You probably wreck it on the way.
We're not taking the equipment. We're just taking the package.
we're
And if you
taking the girl.
could guarantee us refuge in Vault 37, we'll consider it. If not, we're just leaving right now with the package.
I told you you're not taking this equipment.
Not the equipment, the girl.
What are you talking about?
We're here for the girl that's driving your car.
You're not taking my niece.
Then we're taking you and your niece.
No, we're going to Vault 37.
God, this
All
guy's
right. I'll take out my gun again. I'll grab the guy and try to drag him out of the van.
You go
Yeah.
to your gun, he lifts up his left arm, and he's got this disgusting looking pistol that looks like it's been, crafted out of crap. And he just shoots something into the air, and literally you just hear, he's got a fucking laser pistol.
fuck.
And he's just sitting there, you are not taking my niece.
Hmm.
Okay, they're in a truck, aren't they?
No, they're in a B-dub bug.
Hold on.
Oh, they're in
Why are we putting ourselves in danger? And he goes back to the APB, activates Bastion Prime, and he's like, we're here to fulfill an objective. We don't need any any deviations from said objectives. So I need you, and it points to Bastion Prime. Get out there, get the girl, and get back here. Is that understood?
Of course it is. Absolutely. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Now get to it.
He rolls off the edge, lowers himself down, and goes over to the vehicle very slowly with his arms straight out. And he is like, "You are in negative position to accomplishing the mission. Please step out of the vehicle.
Or
You
you
have
could
10
knock him
seconds.
out and we could take him with
You have
us.
10 seconds to comply."
You could knock out the guy.
You have 7 seconds to comply. And the little girl and the man are still just in there, and the guy's got his laser pistol out, but there's no way he could take a shot at Prime. And then Prime's like, "You have 3 seconds to comply. 2."
Sparky, can you please make Prime, like, knock out the guy, maybe?
By the way, knock out the individual so that if he won't pose any threat, because he is in distress right now, so it will alleviate the mission's difficulty by 100% if this one is knocked out.
Okay. He said, Prime goes 2 seconds, 1 second, waiting, accepting new command.
Knock him
Step out of
out.
the vehicle.
Knock him out. Don't wait for
He's
him
rolling
to.
over there, and he rolls to the side of the vehicle where the man can actually lean out and take a shot. And he takes a shot, and there's this bright light that just covers the front of Prime. And he says, "Ha, ha, ha, your puny weapon cannot stop me. Please exit the vehicle, or I must inflict pain. Please exit the vehicle," and gets right there to the window. "Sir, you are being exit the vehicle now, or suffer." And the little girl in there is just crying her eyes out, screaming, "No, no, no!"
He'll be fine.
And the guy's like, he holds out the pistol in both hands and like shoots Prime 3 times, and again the light pops up 3 times. Puny weapon, puny human, and it cocks back an arm, and just pow! I mean, you can actually hear the hiss of the pistons in the arm. And
Alright,
the guy's left hand where he was holding the gun cramps into a really awkward, and the pistol's all wrapped up in there too. I mean, completely destroyed. He'll never be able to use his left hand again. He screams in pain, and then Prime shoves his right arm in there, opens up and turns his hand into a shovel, and just bats the guy on the back of the head. And of course, he's knocked out.
Alright.
Yeah. He
I'm
could have killed the guy easy.
I'm gonna go.
He
I'm gonna
turns
get
around.
him and sort of chain him up and put him in the back of the APC.
Yeah. Because Prime turns around and says, "Do you wish me?" I'm trying to think of the word here. Do you wish me to secure this package?
Proceed.
Proceeding with orders.
Oh
And
no.
basically, portion opens up on his chest, and he starts feeding out like thick silk rope. And he completely ties up the guy in a way that he can't move, but he can be picked up and carried like luggage. And the little girl starts screaming, and she's like, "Oh my God! Someone please help me! That's my uncle! He's so bad! Yeah!" And Prime, is completely ignoring this at this point because his programming is bringing the guy in. So he's, takes him about a minute, and he comes to the back of the APC and settles down a bit and lifts up, the older guy is like tied up into a pretzel knot, I mean, he's fine. He's knocked out with a destroyed left hand. It's like the rope is around his neck, his arms, and his ankles in such a way that you literally just pick him up like, heavy luggage. And he just kind of sat him down on the back and said, "Mission accomplished. Waiting. Orders."
Get the
Orders.
girl. Secure the girl.
You don't need to do that. I'll handle the girl. I'll head
Yeah.
over there. And
Yeah, just send Edgy over there to grab the girl and put her in the back of the APC with her uncle.
Okay.
You wish support.
No.
Very
no. I'll go there.
Standing by.
Open the car door. And just try to grab the girl. Like I'm not even concerned.
Yeah, as soon as you open the door, she screams and starts trying to go to the passenger side to open the door and scrambling. She's scrambling so hard she breaks the door handle for the inside, and she's like, "Oh my God, no, please leave me alone." So you're gonna have to make an agility roll.
Agility roll.
Yeah, because she is really trying to do everything she can to avoid you getting your hands on her.
Yeah.
Okay.
You got a success. That's all you needed. So you grab her by the arms and you manage to pull her out, and she's no. She's trying to headbutt you. She's trying to kick you. I mean, and of course she's just struggling like nothing.
I
You
try
get
to
her-
restrain her as much as I can, and then I call over to one of the other guys. Hey, someone tie her up.
Okay.
Or just tie her hands and legs.
Prime was in.
No, tie her up like like the other guy.
No, please
Prime
no.
was
Wrapped up
basically
thoroughly.
waiting for you. You come back with a girl, and Prime says, "Secure package," and he ties her up a little bit more comfortably. Where basically she'll be having to sit on her legs, and her ankles are tied to her wrists, which are down behind her neck.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, she won't have any way to move, but it's nowhere near as painful as what the other guys think.
Yeah. I mean, I'm pretty sure the other guy's probably gonna have a bad back later.
Yeah, and a bad arm.
Yeah.
Prime just
And a splitting headache.
Prime just manhandled that guy. But he's actually pretty careful with the girl.
Yeah.
You guys get her into the back of the vehicle.
Okay.
And,
Before we go, I want to just make sure there isn't anything around of particular interest.
Okay, so you like exiting the vehicle and doing a walk around?
Yeah, and I'm also checking inside the bug.
Okay.
Wait, couldn't we have just towed the bug?
He said that it was going to be useless if it went too fast, that the equipment would break or something.
Right, Prime can pick up anything in there and safely carry it without any issues. So, I mean...
Alright, we can have Prime do that.
Okay, so is there any rope in our vehicle? So we could use.
Tons of it.
Okay, so what I'm gonna do, we need to make some room back here. So I'm gonna take the guy and tie him up on the top of the vehicle to make room for the equipment.
Oh my god.
No, there's plenty of room.
Oh man. Yeah, I'll just do it anyways.
Yeah, that's just mean.
Alright.
Okay, so a couple of scouts hop out of the back of the vehicle, and they're going to help you with the walk around. And over the comms, you hear a...
Oh yeah, I wanted to do that because I think he's infected, by the way. Because I don't want to catch anything from this guy.
Okay. That makes sense.
I had that thought at first, and I just thought it was too funny.
So, you guys... the scout group comes out with you, and there's a Specialist O'Brien on the team, and he sends out a silent ping to the entire squad that's out there, basically saying, I need backup. Backup here now, please, hurry. And it will take literally like maybe a minute for the guy that's furthest away to get there. But you guys all like get right there behind where he's hiding. It's an alleyway behind a big, dumpster, and it's just barely looking off the side of it. And he's like, eyes on, third floor of that building. It's filled with mutants. One of them has a telescope in it, and it's looking straight at the personnel carrier. I think if we move out, we're going to be in serious trouble. And that wraps up the first session of the miniseries.
Okay.
Yay.
That's good.
All right. Now, I said that the session was supposed to go for an extra hour because what I wanted to do was, first of all, give you time to advance your character a little bit, talk about what you guys wanted to see and do in the next session, and then just get general feedback. So let's start with improving your characters. Because all of you did some amazing things at one point in time or another. So I am going to give everyone 2 advances. So this is the equivalent of 10 experience points.
Okay.
And you can do anything you want to with these advances. Basically, and let me pull it up so I make sure, because I've got it pretty much right here. Okay, so you can use an advantage, or excuse me, an advancement, get a new edge to increase a skill that is currently equal to or greater than its linked attribute. And we'll get into the details of that in just a minute.
Mm-hmm.
Or you can increase 2 skills that are currently linked or less than their currently linked attribute. You can get a new skill at a D4 rating, or you can increase 1 attribute by a die type. Like if you had a D6 in strength and you wanted to increase it, move it to a D8. But you guys get to do 2 of those. You can't select the same one twice.
Okay.
Okay, so can I
So that means
raise
you-
my...
So I mean, obviously you can't like upgrade luck or anything like that.
Let's do this in order here. Let's start with Edgar and just move straight down the line. So
Okay.
that there's no over talking.
All right.
So, Edgar, do you know how you want to advance your character?
I'm still shopping for an edge, but I do want to use one of those advancements to raise my shooting from a D8 to a D10.
Okay. Yeah, increase 1 skill that is currently equal to or greater than. Okay, yeah, you can do that. That'll take your shooting up to a D8, which is your agility is only a D6, but
Yeah. Just want
but
to
yeah,
shoot.
you really don't have to do anything in your strength or anything. You're a beast if you have to go into hand-to-hand combat.
So I was already at a D8 shooting.
Right. So now you have okay.
And
Very, very impressive.
I'll just be looking at the edges. You could come back to me, I guess.
Okay. All right. So, what do you want to do for Harry?
Okay. I thought I'm definitely going to advance a attribute. Let's see. Climbing, fighting, healing. Which one? I guess shooting.
Oh, so you're increasing your shooting skills?
Yeah.
And pull up the character sheet so I can see it too. Okay. currently equal to or greater. Your shooting is a D8. So, okay, you're increasing it to a D10.
Yeah.
All right, and you've got one more advancement.
I was gonna get another edge.
Okay, so do you want me to come back to you?
Yeah. Yeah.
Alrighty. Close down stuff so I can pay attention to this better. Okay, so Sparky,
Yay.
did you download the the sample of the rules?
Well, I have the sample of the rules, but that's
Okay.
not the thing that I want to erase.
Well, if you look on page 7, left-hand column, it has the advancement rules, and it tells you what you can do to advance.
Okay, let me look at 7. Advancement. And you said something like 10.
You can take 2 advancements.
Sure. I'd like to get my computer skill up from 4 to 6.
So character sheet changes, computer, and raising to a 6. Okay.
Yeah.
And you have one more advancement.
And can I increase my shooting from 6 to 8?
No, because basically you advance computers. So if you want to advance another skill, it has to be. Wait a second. Computers is smarts. Actually, no. Yeah, you can. You want to take your shooting to a D8?
Yep.
Done.
Shooting
That's
should
your-
be something different, right?
What's that?
Shooting should be something that's not with smarts. It should be something different, if I remember correctly.
Shooting is just using any handheld gun.
Yeah, exactly.
So I've got your computer. You move to D6. You're shooting to a D8.
Mm-hmm.
So your character is advanced. You're done.
Thanks. Saving?
I'm saving the character sheets here so I can reference them while I'm working on the next session. So so for Edgy or Harry, either one of you guys figure out what you wanted to do.
Okay. I'll see you guys later then.
Oh, you're heading out?
Yeah.
Because I mean, we still had a little bit of chat time. I wanted to ask you a couple of things.
Oh, okay then. Tell me.
Oh, trademark weapon. That was one I'm getting.
What do you need to know?
Well, I want to make sure the other guys are done advancing first, and then we just go to the next subject, and then we finish things up.
Oh, okay. Cool.
I just want to make sure the characters get taken care of first.
All right.
So, did the specialist, or not specialist, you're all specialists, did the sharpshooter figure out what he's taking?
Yeah, he's getting the trademark weapon. Gain a skill bonus when wielding a specific weapon.
Edges. And what is it called?
Trademark weapon.
There it is. And this is going to be with your M4, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, I've got that noted down. So your character's updated. Saved and ready to play. And now we just need the heavy weapon specialist.
I'm gonna get fleet-footed, which is just gonna increase my pace and running.
Okay, simple enough, but very good. Especially the running die of D10. You know, I mean that's ridiculous.
D10 in
Okay.
shooting, that's pretty good. Especially for a sharpshooter, that's gonna help out a lot.
Okay, now that character is saved and ready for next session. Okay,
All right.
good. We got all the advancements done in less than 10 minutes.
Normally that takes longer, doesn't it?
Yeah, normally, especially when people are fairly new to the system. So we're probably going to have this done well before when I actually wanted to get it done. But the second part I wanted to cover, like I said, is your intentions during this next session, next week. First of all, I do hope all three of you are coming back.
I am definitely going to be doing this next time.
Yeah, for sure.
I thoroughly enjoyed it, and maybe we can get an additional player, maybe two. Which, I mean, this being a mini-series and the way I designed it's really easy. But,
I mean, your intentions were a mini-series, weren't you?
Yes. 3 parts. Now, how do you want to progress from this point through this next session? Because, you know, you're down on time. You have a little girl you're going to have to worry about. You got the guy on top of the roof. And you got the immediate problem of the APC being under surveillance by a nest of mutants.
Yeah.
So,
well, I kind of had an idea. Since I'm going full on ham right now, I'm going to use my bots to do something.
okay, so you're wanting to send your robot squad.
He's got like an entire squad of robots at his beck and call now.
Yeah, he's got 7 of them. Okay, and you're basically going to reprogram then for insurgents.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Exactly. Why did you think that I took more in shooting and computers? Really?
Okay.
Yeah, I'm that petty.
Anybody else have any immediate plans for next session?
Probably to sort of get my probably to oh god, what was I gonna say? Forgot the word. It's on the tip of my tongue. Maybe going to probably figure out oh god, my character's probably gonna think about like about his vow to himself sort of thing, and just like probably get over his cautiousness a bit, because you know, not be as hesitant to taking the shot as he should be.
Okay. And certainly not last, but certainly not least, Edgar. Do you have anything specific?
There's some guys watching our vehicle from a building, right?
Yeah.
Is there, because you described one guy, is there any, do you have any idea like how many we saw?
Yeah, at least 6.
Yeah, I kind of want to fight these guys as a player. I kind of want to do a kind of, if they're kind of like what like my plan would be like what I want to propose is that they try to move the vehicle one way as a distraction, and I would try to actually get the jump on these guys if they try to do something.
And if I do see any movement, I could probably take them out from a distance.
You could be on the top floor or the roof of one of the buildings across the street from the hotel.
Mm-hmm.
The hotel is what they're using as base.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Well, and you have my bots to actually provide you the greatest distraction of all. Them actually
That's
rushing
not a
down.
distraction. I mean,
You could probably just send these out as like just an attack force for you.
I know, that's the whole point. That's the distraction.
You're gonna be like a country guy, just like sending his dogs out on like some kids trying to invade his farm, being like sick of.
Well, I wasn't going to let them live.
I just imagine these things as like zerglings that kind of look like Colossus.
oh, good lord, no, they're like bear size.
Oh,
Sort of like
They're direwolf.
sort of like Panzerhounds from Wolfenstein.
I don't know, I haven't played that.
Basically like a giant robotic dog.
Yeah. I actually got the idea for the dogs in a supplement that I wrote for Fat Goblin Games, tied into World War Weird, where animals were being turned into robots, basically cybernetic animals that were badass.
Yeah, well, Sonic did that first, then I saw it in a Batman movie. Well, it was an animated movie.
Yeah, but you know, this was with the horror setting for World War II. I mean, so you're having to deal with these Nazi inventions and all that kind of stuff, and my robot designs came from that scenario as well.
Huh?
I
So,
just turned
Wolfenstein.
the appearance
Nice.
to something new. Okay. And this last part of the talk that I wanted to do, basically, after every game that I run, I like to ask the players 3 questions.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me something you liked, tell me something you hated, and then if you have any additional input on how I run my games, let me know.
All right.
And this is just so I can improve how I present the game to you.
Okay.
Nobody else, just you guys. So
Okay.
let's start with Edgar.
well, I think you could have spent more time of describing like the convoy that we're in, because there was like dudes there and then there weren't dudes there, and I was kind of confused as to like how big of a group we're in during the game.
Okay. You got just to say, just to let you know, and I'm making notes of that. It's 30 people grand total in a old two and a half. It's a 2.5 ton personnel vehicle from it was designed for Korea, the Korean War. Basically, all your soldiers sit on these long benches, and in the center there are all the equipment pods, and you have more equipment pods under the benches where everybody's sitting. And everybody in the group is a specialist of some kind for Project Bastion. So basically, every one of these initial people are on par with you, even when they advance. Because the idea is, if your character dies, you can pick up one of those NPCs of your support and play that.
Yeah, you jump right back in without pause.
So I'll work on the descriptions to make sure I give them more details so you guys can react to it properly. The other thing is, you guys can ask right then, stop me and go, hey, can you give me some details on this?
Yeah.
Because I will stop and answer questions, even if I have to backpedal some.
And the other thing, I feel like it's an issue with my games as well, but like the stakes could have been higher. Like maybe controlling the enemies, like maybe having them actually like corner us or like actually like beat us up a little bit. Like maybe have like one of us be like wounded or once or twice, like something where we're actually concerned about dying.
Well, the concern should already be there, but
Yeah.
I'm not going to outright target and try and kill a character.
Yeah.
It's going to have even odds. You guys, and this is only part one of the miniseries. I'm introducing all the elements. It's episode 2 where everything starts colliding and causing all the problems and raising all the stakes. And in episode 3, you're supposed to work everything to conclusion.
Mm-hmm.
So I understand what you mean about raising the stakes. But
It's a
the other
setup.
thing was, you guys are new to the setting,
Hmm.
and I wanted you to have some familiarity at least before I just threw you to the wolves, which is the next episode.
Exactly.
Well, I take that as two bad observations. Is there anything good that you really enjoyed about the way I run the game?
I don't know if you wrote these up, the drugs. I was excited to try them out. Like I was hoping we got into one last fight.
It's actually that's taken straight from Fallout. It's all that stuff is in the game.
Yeah.
And it's a fun thing to play around with, especially if you have to start dealing with addiction.
Yeah, and like the on-the-fly stat modification, that's really cool. And then the aspect of like the downside of the addiction, I really like.
Yeah, I mean, no, it's a really fun aspect of the games. And in Fallout 4, you're going to be able to create your own drugs.
Wait, what?
Yeah, in the new Fallout game, you're going to have the option.
Basically, you can be an in-game Walter White.
Yeah, actually, yes.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so, all right, moving down the line here. What does the sharpshooter say about what is good in the way that I run my game?
The setting is really good for me because I just love Fallout to death.
In the same way.
Yeah. I mean, the combat was fun. That was a fun thing to do. The idea that you could pull off these really good moments, but also have some pretty terrible moments as well.
Well, that's the combat system for Savage Worlds is extremely fast paced.
Yep.
And since you guys haven't met a major villain yet, the villains that you do find, basically you hit them, and if you hit them hard enough, they're done.
Mm-hmm.
Like the robots that you guys fought. If you hit them with a raise for basically damage, they're kaput.
Mm-hmm.
Now, when you start finding the main villains, they're going to be able to take wounds just like you. So the first time they're hit, they're only shaken. And they'll have much more power behind them, per se.
Yep, that too.
So, anything bad? Anything I need to work on for the next?
I think this is just a personal gripe with me. Same thing with Edgy. I think the description a little bit. Yeah, I guess it's just me being.
It's a fine line.
Yeah.
It's a fine line because
between too much description and not enough.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll just mark that one again, and make sure I pay attention to that. Anything else?
That's about it for me. I mean, it was a good game.
Yeah.
Thank you. We appreciate that. And Sparky,
Yeah.
can you
Love
something you loved about it?
the bots. I mean,
The
really,
bots.
the bots were the best part because it's like, hey, you know this really killer robot that I can just make and modify and whatever? Yeah, I'm not going to do that. Oh, you're giving me so many bots that I can just hack. I'm going to do that. Don't care if it takes me 3 rounds of combat. I'm going to hack every bot that I can find and then repurpose them to make my own robot minion army.
Yeah, I really enjoyed seeing that part. Was there anything bad that you think I need to improve upon?
Well, um, so far I kind of expected it to go this way, and I'm like, not really. No, I kind of like the adventure. I don't see anything truly bad. Because as much as I want to bitch and moan about the descriptions, they weren't actually too terrible. I did worse when I GM'd an ST. So, compared to mine, yours are more elaborate than anything I can pull off.
Well, I've been doing this for 30 years, so
Exactly.
I was, yeah. So again, I'll put down description, and I will have to do better with that at the next session, and I will have all three of you for the next session.
Yeah, you have me.
Same day,
I
same
hope.
time.
All right.
I'm going
Yep.
to put on maybe again because I don't want to promise something and not be there, you know?
Totally understandable. I do hope you can come back. I mean,
Yeah.
I had a lot of fun with this group. I really enjoyed how you guys were interacting with everything. So
Yeah.
thank you for that. You gave me a really good game session today that I really truly enjoyed.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks for DMing in.
Thanks for
Yeah.
DMing.
And I'm going to rule the world with my robots because I'm going to be the robot master.
I'm gonna hunt down the other robots.
All right, guys. Wow, we were able to get the serious talk done in less than half an hour. So this is a great group, and
Yeah.
thank you greatly. And I do hope I see all of you guys next Saturday.
All right.
Yeah, for sure.
All right,
Okay.
you guys take care, and
Okay.
see you next
Okay.
week.
See you
Later.
next week.
Peace.